Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki, who is not muted today, and welcome back to Fate Stay Night. You guys have no idea how upset I was about accidentally messing up the audio last time. Anyone who skipped the last stream, I did fix it about 40 minutes in, so most of the stream has audio, just not the beginning. Anyway, so last time we got introduced to our protagonist, Shiro Emiya, who knows almost nothing about Magecraft, and now he's going to be taught about the Holy Grail War. We walk through the nighttime town. It's past 1 in the morning, and there's no one out at this time. The lights in the houses are out, and only the street lamps illuminate the silent town. Hey, Tosaka, are you planning to walk to the neighboring town?
Yeah, the buses and trains have stopped running. A walk at night is good once in a while, right?
I see. If I may ask, do you know how long it takes to get there?
Well, it should take about an hour walking. If it gets late, we can always take a taxi.
I won't waste that kind of money. And besides, what I mean is, it might be dangerous for girls to walk around at a time like this. You know it's dangerous, right? I won't be responsible if something happens.
Don't worry, nobody's going to mess with us. You may be forgetting, but Saber is really strong.
Oh, she's right. Whoever it is, if someone attacks her, they will be counterattacked viciously. I just forgot about this.
Oh, I love that raincoat.
Yeah.
Totally not suspicious at all. Rin, what was Shiro saying? I did not quite understand. Huh? Well, he was just making a big misunderstanding or being plain stupid. He's saying he'll help us if some pervert appears. What? Shiro was my master. I should be the one protecting him instead. I don't think he's thinking about that sort of thing. He seems unconcerned about magi and servants and all. I kind of wonder what's going on in his head.
Tosaka and Saber now know each other well enough to talk to each other. Saber's been silent since I stopped her from going out dressed like she was. She said she won't take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. Now she follows me and only speaks to Tosaka.
Wait, where are you going, Emiya-kun? Isn't that the wrong way?
We need to get to the bridge, right? Then this will be a shortcut. I don't want to walk alongside them, so I quickly make my way to the small side road. They follow me without objection. We come out into a park. We have to cross that bridge to go to the neighboring town of Shinto, but...
Wow, I didn't know about this road. I see. Since you can get to the bridge from that park, all you have to do is head for the park.
Tosaka looks up at the bridge, talking happily. Maybe it's just because it's nighttime. Tosaka's face looking up at the bridge seems even more beautiful than at school. I'm troubled. Let's go, we didn't come here to play around. I hurry Tosaka, who's standing still in the park, and make my way up the stairs. Once we reach the road alongside the bridge, Shinto will be straight ahead of us. There's no one on the bridge. It's only natural as not many people use it even during the daytime. It's more normal to use the bus or the train to get to the neighboring town, so this bridge is rarely used. That's because it's so long and it carries a fear that it might collapse on you. This must be why this place isn't used for dates, even though it's perfect location-wise. That's stupid. What am I thinking? Saber is following me silently, and Tosaka is walking right beside me. Trying to ignore them, I hurry across the bridge. Beyond the bridge, Tosaka leads us to into the suburbs. When I talk about Shinto, only the office buildings in front of the station come to mind, but there are streets from older times once you get away from the station. The suburbs are the most extreme of these. There are hilly roads and a high ground overlooking the sea. As you go farther up the hill, there are fewer buildings, and the foreigners' cemetery built on the slope of the hill can be seen.
The church is up here. You must have been there at least once, right?
No, I know it used to be an orphanage, though.
I see. Then it'll be your first time today. You should prepare yourself. The priest there is a difficult man to deal with.
Tosaka starts up the hill. Looking up, I can see a building at the top of the hill. A church atop the hill. Never thought I'd visit God's house for the first time for a reason like this. Wow, this is really awesome. The church is magnificent. The whole top of the hill must be the church's land, as a flat field welcomes me as soon as I reach the top. The church isn't big, but it is compelling, towering over its visitors.
Shiro, I will remain here.
Huh? Why? They can't just leave you when we've come here up here together.
I did not come for the church. I followed to protect you. If your destination is the church, you should not go any further, so I shall wait here for your return.
Saber says clearly. It doesn't seem like she'll budge an inch, so I decided to respect her decision. Alright, then I'll be going.
Yes, please do not let your guard down whenever you are facing... whomever you're facing, Master.
It is a large, impressive chapel. Since it's so large, many people must come here during the day. If he's entrusted with such a church, the priest here must be a man of character. Tosaka, what kind of person is the priest here?
It's kind of hard to explain. I've known him for 10 years, but I still can't grasp his character.
You've known him for 10 years? That's a pretty long relationship. Is he a relative of yours or something?
He's not my relative, but he is my guardian. On top of that, he is my senior as an apprentice, and my second teacher.
Huh. Senior as an apprentice. You mean apprentice as a magus?
That's right. But why are you so surprised?
Because he's a priest. Aren't priests forbidden to use magic? By their nature, a magus and the church cannot be in harmony. The organization that Magi belong to is called the Magic Association. And the other side of religion, the side you wouldn't see while living a normal life, is called the Holy Church. The two are barely similar. They cooperate in name, but they're always trying to kill each other when given the chance. The church hates heretics. They totally eliminate the inhuman, and they count magic-using humans among their targets. For the church, miracles are only given to the chosen holy saints. Any miracles handled by other people are heresies. There are no exceptions, even for those within the church. The higher one rises in the church, the more one is prohibited from the impurity of magic. For a follower entrusted with a church like this, and the more divine protection one receives, the more one would stay away from magic. No, first of all, is the priest here on our side?
Yes, he is the one supervising the Holy Grail War after all. He is a real agent. Well, I don't know if he has divine protection though.
Tosaka's footsteps echo as she approaches the altar. It's bad manners to do that when the priest isn't here, but it's so late at night. He won't be in the chapel, so if he's anywhere, it will be a private room in the back. So is this priest? You said a name like Kotomine. Why can't I say Kotomine before?
His name is Kotomine Kire. He's a student of my father, and we've had an inseparable relationship for 10 years now. Well, I wish I'd never met him though.
So
Me too.
As a reminder for anyone who's seen Fate Zero, Kirei was also Assassin's Master, and so the fact that he's now overseeing the Holy Grail War is a little suspicious, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
I feel the same way. I did not want an apprentice who did not respect her teacher. A footstep. He must have noticed our entry as he slowly appeared from the other side of the altar. Hey, Rasputin. I think there are more characters in this game that have become servants in FGO than haven't. When are we getting Shinji?
Ooh, that'd be... He'll be a 1-star.
You didn't answer my repeated calls, and now you bring a strange guest. So he is the 7th one, Rin?
Right, he's a magus, but he's pretty much a beginner, so I just couldn't let him be. I believe it was the rules to report here when one becomes a master, right? It's a rule you invented, but all at this time.
Very well. Then I must thank this young man. The priest called Kotomine slowly turns to me. Without realizing, I step back. He's not scary at all. I don't feel any hostility from him. But this priest still has a presence that makes the air around him feel heavy. I am Kotomine Kirei, the one entrusted with this church. What is your name, 7th Master? Emiya Shiro, but I haven't agreed to this master thing yet. I glare back at the priest, trying not to lose against his presence. Emiya Shiro. Huh? The weight on my back turns into a chill. The priest slowly smiles as if he's met someone pleasant. That smile, it makes me... I thank you, Emiya. You have brought Rin here. If it were not for you, she would not have come. The priest makes his way towards the altar. Tosaka moves away from the altar and stands beside me. Then let us start. Emiya Shiro, you are Saber's master, correct? That's wrong. I certainly made a contract with her, but I don't understand this whole master and Holy Grail War thing. If a master should be a proper magus, then you should go and choose a more suitable person. I see. This is serious. Does he really know nothing, Rin?
I told you he's a beginner. Train him from the very start. From the very first steps, will you? You're really good at that, right?
Tosaka urges the priest. Oh, I see. And how is it, huh? That's how it is, huh? I understand. This is your first time you have ever depended on me. Emiya Shiro, I can never thank you enough. Father Kotomine laughs. Their conversation makes me feel uneasy. First, let us correct your misunderstandings. Listen, Emiya Shiro. Master is not a role you can give to someone else, nor is it something you can stop being once you are chosen. Those who have those command spells carved on them cannot resign from being a master. You must accept that fact. Why can't I quit? The command spell is a holy mark. Becoming a master is a trial placed upon you. You cannot escape it just because it is inconvenient. You cannot be released from that pain until you obtain the Holy Grail. If you wish to retire from being a master, all you can do is obtain the Holy Grail and wish for it. If you do that, everything will be as you desire, Emiya Shiro. Your wishes, even cleaning out all the mud inside of you, is possible. Yes, it is even possible to start everything over again. Therefore, you should desire it. If the time comes, you will appreciate being chosen as a master. If you wish to erase those burns that cannot be seen, all you have to do is accept that holy mark. What? I feel dizzy. The priest's words don't make any sense. They just confuse me more and more as I listen. But still, his words soak into my brain and clot like blood.
Kirei, don't go off topic. I asked you to tell him the rules. I didn't ask you to open up his old wounds.
A voice cuts in. Tosaka? That cleared up my dizzy head. I see. It is pointless to say anything to these kinds of people. So I was trying to take away his morality while he's still misunderstood. I guess it's true that compassion is not good for others, and I rather enjoyed it too.
What? Does it do you good to help him?
Of course, helping people means saving yourself in the end. Well, it won't do any good if to preach to you now. So let's return to the main topic, Emiya Shiro. The battle you have been dragged into is called the Holy Grail War. Have you learned from Rin that this is an all-out war between 7 masters using 7 servants? I did. It's some ridiculous thing where 7 masters kill each other, right? Indeed, but we are not committing these inhuman acts because we want to. Everything is a ritual to determine who is the most suitable to receive the Holy Grail. Because of its greatness, we require trials to determine its owner. What trials? I bet this priest doesn't think that this Holy Grail War thing is a trial. Hold on, you keep saying Holy Grail War, but what is it? You can't possibly mean the actual Holy Grail, right? The Holy Grail. A grail said to have received the blood of Christ. The blood of the Christ. It is considered to be one of the greatest holy relics and said to be capable of many miracles. The most common rumor about it is that the one who obtains the Holy Grail will obtain the world. But that's just an invention. After all, the Holy Grail itself is almost something that exists but doesn't exist. The Holy Grail that makes wishes come true certainly appears in many folklores and legends around the world. But that's it. A fictional power that doesn't exist and isn't possible. That is the Holy Grail. So answer me, Kotami Nikire. Is the Holy Grail you're talking about really the Holy Grail? Of course, the Holy Grail that appears in this town is real. As proof, the great miracle of the servants has occurred. So many controlling past heroes. No, a miracle close to resurrecting the dead is almost a sorcery. The Holy Grail with this much power shall grant its owner unlimited power. The object's unreality is worthless in front of that truth. So, he means that even if it is a fake, it doesn't matter if it has powers that would overwhelm even the true Holy Grail. Alright, let's assume that there is a real Holy Grail. And why is it required to do something like that, like the Holy Grail War? We shouldn't be killing each other if the Holy Grail exists. If the Holy Grail is so great, we can all share its power. That is a fair argument, but we do not have such freedom. Only one person can obtain the Holy Grail. That is not something we choose, but what the Holy Grail has decided. The Holy Grail decides the 7 masters and summons the 7 servants. I told you that this is a ritual. The Holy Grail chooses the people suitable to obtain it and selects its appropriate owner by making them fight for it. That is the Holy Grail War, the ritual where those chosen by the Holy Grail kill each other to obtain it. The priest speaks plainly. I have no rebuttal, and I look down at my left hand. There's the mark they call the command spell. It must mean that as long as I have this mark, I cannot quit being a master. I'm not convinced. Even though only one person can be chosen, I don't like the idea that all we can do is kill the other masters.
Huh? Hold on. You're misunderstanding if you think that you have to kill them. There's no need to kill the masters.
Huh? But you said we have to kill each other. Kotomine said so too. You will kill each other.
You be quiet, Kide. Now, the Holy Grail War in this town is in spirit form. It is not something with form, so it's something we have to call forth by a special ritual, meaning we have to materialize it. We can call for it as magi, but since it is in spirit form, we cannot reach it. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, only spirits can touch it, right? Only spirits can touch spirits, right? Oh, that's why you need the servants.
Exactly. To put it simply, the goal of the Holy Grail War is to eliminate all the servants except your own. So there's no rule you have to kill the masters.
Man, she could have told me that earlier. Honestly, Tosaka and this priest were being mean. Now I'm relieved. So even if we enter this Holy Grail War, Tosaka's not going to die. I see, I guess that is one way to think. Then let me ask you, Emiyashiro. You think you can beat your own servant? Beat Saber? That's impossible. In the first place, magic is useless against her, and she's skilled with her sword. And let me ask you one more thing. It is a boring question, but do you think that you are superior to your servant? What's he saying? I can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'm superior to her. For this question, my answer will always be that I am weaker than my servant, so... Oh. That's right. Servants are hard to defeat even with a servant, so what should you do? See, it's such a simple solution. Servants can only exist with a master. No matter how powerful the servant is, the servant will disappear if the master dies, so... That's right, it's a natural solution. No one would choose to take the hard way. If you want to win, the most effective way to kill the servants will be to kill their master instead. Okay, I understand that killing the master is an effective way to eliminate other servants. But then, if their servants get killed, does that make someone not a master anymore? Only servants can touch the Holy Grail, right? Then there's no point to a master that doesn't have a servant. No, the right to be a master still remains as long as you have the command spell. A master is a magus that can form a contract with servants. As long as you have the command spell, you can form a contract with servants. The servant whose masters are killed do not disappear right away. They can stay in this world until their magical energy runs out. If such abandoned servants exist, a master with no servants can form a contract with them. That will allow them to rejoin the war. That is why masters kill other masters. Because if you allow them to live, there's a risk that they will impede you in the future. So what if you use up your command spell? Then you won't be able to form a contract with other servants, and the freed servant will go off with someone else too.
Wait, that's...
Yes, you're right. If you use up your command spell, you will be liberated from your duty as a master. However, I do not think a magus exists that would waste a command spell that allows them to use such powerful magic. If there exists such a magus, he isn't even an amateur, but just a chicken. The priest laughs as he knows what I'm thinking about. I'm annoyed. That priest is making fun of me. I think he's trying to provoke me. You must understand now, so we will finish the explanation of the rules. Well then, let us return to the beginning, Emiyashiro. You said you have no intention of being a master. Do you still feel that way? If you want to abandon your responsibility as a master, then that is fine too. As you have realized, you may use up your command spell to end your contract with Saber. In that case, I will guarantee your safety until the Holy Grail War ends. Hold on, why do you have to guarantee my safety? I can protect myself. I do not have enough free time to care for you either, but this is one of the rules. I have been dispatched to supervise the repeating Holy Grail War. That is why I must minimize the victims of the war. Protection of magi who have lost their claims to being a master is one of my biggest responsibilities as a supervisor. Repeating Holy Grail War? Hold on. Repeating, does it mean this kind of battle has happened many times before? What do you mean? The Holy Grail War didn't just start now? Of course not. Do you think a supervisor would have been dispatched if it were so? The Church bears a duty to recover the holy relics, as we are the lowest of the special agencies. Originally, it was our goal to research and recover the Holy Cross, but here we have a duty to investigate the Holy Grail. We have investigated the 726 Holy Grail that has appeared in this far eastern land. We must recover it if it is real, and dispute it if it is not. 726? That many Holy Grails? Not even FGO has had that many. Who knows? It just means that there have been at least that many things that seemed like one. And one of those is the Holy Grail from the Holy Grail War observed in this town. According to records, it is said that the first battle occurred about 200 years ago. Since then, the battles between masters have been repeating in a cycle of about 60 years. This is the 5th Holy Grail War. Since the last one was 10 years ago, this will be the shortest cycle yet. What? Are you guys insane? You guys have repeated this thing 4 times already? I feel the same way. As you said, people have repeated this event many times. So a quick side note from FGO. During the Fate Zero collab event, Roman commented on how many times they had a Holy Grail War here. And they wondered if it was like a seasonal holiday for them. Yes, in the past, the Holy Grail Wars were terrible. Masters were driven by their desires, forgot their teachings as magi, and just killed each other indiscriminately. I think you already know, but it is the highest crime for a magus to use his magic in public. A magus cannot allow his identity to be revealed to the public. But masters in the past have violated that. The Magic Association dispatched a supervisor to caution them, but they only made it in time for the 3rd Holy Grail War. The one dispatched then was my father. Do you understand now, boy? Yeah, I understand we need a supervisor. But from what you said, isn't this Holy Grail War fundamentally bad? Oh? How is it bad? Because the past Magi were people who would break the rules of the Magi, right? But let's say the Holy Grail thing really exists. What will you do if the one who remains is someone who uses the Holy Grail selfishly? It's bad if such a thing is obtained by someone who has no problem killing others. If it is the job of the association to look after Magi, then shouldn't you guys be punishing those kinds of people? I question with a little hope. But as I expect, Kotomi Nikire laughs. Of course not. There are no Magi who will act outside their own interests. We only supervise the rules of the Holy Grail War. We do not care about what happens afterwards. The association is not concerned about the kind of person that obtains the Holy Grail. That's ridiculous. What if the master that obtains the Holy Grail is the worst guy possible? It would be problematic, but we can do nothing. It is the Holy Grail that chooses its owner, and we do not have the power to stop a master who has been chosen by the Holy Grail. It is a grail that makes wishes come true, after all. The one who obtains it will be able to do as he pleases. But if you do not want that, then all you have to do is win it yourself. That's the most reliable way, isn't it? Kotomine is trying to hold back his laughter. It's like he's enjoying his clumsy inability to accept the facts. What's wrong, boy? I think that would be a good idea, so will you not accept it? That's none of your business. Anyway, I don't have any reason to fight. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail, and I don't feel like a master even if you tell me I am. Oh, so you're not concerned about what the winner of the Holy Grail will do, even if it leads to disaster? That's... I can't answer that question. Crap, his words are violent. They force the truth onto me whether I want it or not. That is fine. If you have no reason to fight... So you are not troubled by what happened 10 years ago? 10 years ago? That's right. At the end of the last Holy Grail War, an unsuitable master touched the Holy Grail. I do not know what that master wished for. All we know is the result of the disaster that came afterwards. For an instant, that image of hell flashes in my head. Hold on, that can't be. It is. It's an event that everyone in this town knows about, Emiyashiro. 500 killed or wounded. 134 buildings burned down. That inferno, still unexplained, is the remains of the Holy Grail War. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose concentration and can't focus my eyes. My body stumbles. But I hold myself firm. I hold on to consciousness by clenching my teeth. I hold back my nausea and with the anger boiling up in me.
Amiya-kun, what's wrong? You're pale white. I know it's not a comfortable story, but if you want, we can take a rest for a while.
I must have looked terrible. I think it's very rare for Tosaka to be worried like that. Don't worry, I feel better after seeing your weird face.
Wow. Hey, so what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, I have no hidden intentions. I mean it literally, so don't worry about it.
Well, fine. Hey, it's worse, you big oaf.
The school's #1 honor student Tosaka Rin smacks me on the head. That does it. With that, the nausea and anger go away. Thanks, you really did help, so don't blame me too much. I have a few more things to ask about. She looks like she hasn't hit me enough, but she still lets me continue. Oh, you still have questions? Alright, let out everything you want to say. You should know what I want to ask, yet he asked me to go on. Fine. And be sure it won't lose to you. Then I'll ask, you said this is the 5th Holy Grail War, then has anyone ever obtained the Holy Grail? Of course. A sad event like that annihilation doesn't happen every time. Then, do not be hasty. It is easy to just obtain it. After all, the Holy Grail is managed in this church. If you speak of just touching it, I touch it every day. Huh? The Holy Grail is at this church? Of course, it is only the vessel. It is empty. Rin said it earlier, that the Holy Grail is in spirit form. What we maintain is a well-made replica of the Holy Grail. We use this as a catalyst to draw down the real Holy Grail and transform it into a Grail that grants wishes. It's like the relationship between servants and masters. Yes, there was indeed a man who obtained the real Holy Grail temporarily, using that method. Did Rin say that, or did...
I feel like Emmy is probably questioning about the Holy Grail, right?
Then was the Holy Grail real? No, what happened to the guy who obtained it? Nothing. The Holy Grail was imperfectly completed. It was a result of a foolish man, affected by sentiment. With the previous pressure gone, the priest narrows his eyes as if in regret. What do you mean? Didn't the Holy Grail appear? It is easy to just make the Holy Grail appear. Once the 7 servants are present, the Holy Grail will appear in time. As Rin said, there is no need to kill other masters. But that does not complete the Holy Grail. That thing decides its own appropriate master. And for that reason, it could not be obtained by a man who avoided battles.
So that means it's useless to obtain the Holy Grail without settling matches with other masters. The master who obtained the Holy Grail first in the last war was just a chicken. He just ran away from the Holy Grail, saying that he didn't want to fight other masters.
So saying, Tosaka looks away from Kotomine. No way. Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters in the last war, and that he retired because he refused to fight in spite of obtaining the Holy Grail? Kotomine, you didn't fight? I did until halfway, but I made a bad decision. As a result, I only attained an empty Holy Grail. Well, I guess that was my limit anyway, because the other masters were all monstrous. I lost my servant first, and was taken under my father's protection. Come to think of it, it was inappropriate for a son of the supervisor to be chosen as a master. Father died at that time. Since then, I have succeeded the role of the supervisor, and I protect the Holy Grail at this church. Didn't he kill his father? I think that's how he died.
I think so.
Saying that, the priest called Kotomi Nikiri turns around. Before him stands a symbol of worship. That is the end of our conversation. The only ones qualified to obtain the Holy Grail are those who have servants. And there's only one of you left. The Holy Grail should naturally appear in front of you. Tell me your decision as to if you want to join this holy battle. Join this battle, the Holy Grail War now. Priest requests my final decision. I'm at a loss for words. I have no reason to fight until just now. Now I have a reason to fight and a will to fight. But can I really accept that? Are you still undecided? Look, a master is not something you can be just because you want to. Rina's been training a long time as a magus, but it was not determined that she would be a master. All that can be decided beforehand is whether to prepare for it or not. Only magi are to be chosen as masters. If you are a magus, you should have been ready already. I guess it cannot be helped if you say you are not. You and your teacher were failures in that case. It's merely annoying for such a magus to be fighting to get rid of your command spell, so get rid of your command spell now. He didn't need to ask.
Save.
You know what? I don't want any part of this death game. Let's get out of here. Revoke the command spell. I can't approve of this. Such dirty killings are wrong. What's wrong? Will you fight or not? Will you fight or not? State now, Miyashiro. He doesn't even need to ask me. I won't fight. I'll abandon my right as a master. I look directly at the priest and answer. I see. I'm disappointed, but it is the master's will. Miyashiro has abandoned his right as a master and withdrawn from the Holy Grail War. Is that acceptable, Rin? The priest addresses Tosaka and not me. Tosaka answers.
I don't care. If that's Emiya-kun's choice, I can't say anything about it.
I take that sense of guilt as a yield. Then let us begin right away. Miyashiro, put out your left arm. Fine, but what are you going to do? It should be quick. I'm merely erasing the command spell on your arm. There are two factors causing masters to be masters. One is the contract with the servant, and the other is the command spell on your arm. You will be freed from the Holy Grail War if you lose both of these. The priest takes my left arm and... This will hurt. Try to relax. With a plunge, rips off my arm with his bare hands.
As one does.
Gee! My body jerks in pain. Without a sound, someone's fingers enter my arm. Gah! It's not an illusion. If there were an illusion, it was that of my arm being ripped off. In reality, there isn't a scratch on my arm. A stranger's fingers move through my flesh. Yes, it's just that the priest's fingers, which are transparent like a ghost, are sinking into my arm. Done. The operation was successful. Huh? I look at my left arm. There are no wounds in my arm, and only pain remains. In exchange for that unpleasantness, the command spell on my hand has changed shape. The shape's changed. No. Is it that there's fewer strokes on it now?
Yes, there are 3 strokes for the command spell. Kide took 2 of those out from you. Like a spiritual doctor who removes the infected part without hurting the body.
Spiritual doctor? I think there's a special magi who heals the body by treating the spirit. You hear that magic is a curse that can remove the infected part without using a single surgical knife on the body. Surprised, spiritual treatment is an unusual act used in uncivilized areas. It's not something a man of the church should know. Don't say that. I was unfit to be a priest the moment I took up magic. So it should not matter what kind of magic I know, it is unfit for a priest. Do not worry about the type. It was the only thing I was good at. I learned many magics, but this was the only one that fit me. My magical aptitude is specialized in opening wounds, for good or for bad. Thanks to that, I am inferior to even my student over there.
For good or for bad? Of course it's good. There aren't many spiritual doctors as good as you in the association, and there are only a few in the church that can handle spirits as well as you do.
Who knows? No matter how great this healing method is, the spirit it's only a contact treatment relying on the body. It is nothing close to the miracle that allows connection with the soul, the proof of existence independent of the body. But anyways, the treatment is complete. The rest is up to you, Emiyashiro. Use your last command spell to cut the contract between you and your servant. Cut the contract with my servant?
Yes, request abolition of contract before Saber, who's waiting outside. I'm sure she won't accept it, so Kide left you a command spell to force her to agree.
That is correct. By using up your command spell and abolishing the contract with your servant, you present to the other masters that you are harmless. And you are openly freed as a sane master who would not think of attacking a powerless master. No, a sane master would not think of attacking a powerless master. By relinquishing a power that you have gained by chance, you will regain your peaceful life. I will break the contract with Saber by choice. That's betraying her. Even if it was by chance, I called for her and she protected me. Have I made the wrong choice? I cannot approve of masters killing each other. I can't approve of it, but I can't overlook it either. Then, what are you doing? No incantations are necessary to activate the command spell. All you have to do is put your mind to it and order your servant. You can tell her directly, or you can just cut the contract here. Choose whichever you like. No. I've made my decision. I can't take anything back now, and the priest probably wouldn't allow it. I'll go and settle this directly with Saber, then I won't be a master, right?
Directly with Saber, Emiya-kun, that's...
Yes, I guarantee that. Go and inform your servant of the parting. After that, I shall welcome you into the church and subject to protection. The priest welcomes me, but I don't know how serious he is. Anyways, I have no intention of putting myself in his care. I will only abandon my right as a master. I will not ask for his help after that. I refuse that, and I won't need your help. I'll settle things with Saber after I use my command spell, and after I use my command spell, I'm going home. That'll be it. I will never see you again. I see. Well, certainly we shall never meet again. Farewell, Emiyashiro. It is a path you have chosen yourself. Take pride in it. He doesn't need to tell me that. I turn my back on him and leave the church. I exit the church. So this is the stone-paved plaza onto the tall sky.
Have you finished your conversation, Master?
Yeah, I learned what this Holy Grail War thing is. And taking that into consideration, I decided. Saber, I withdraw from being a master. Saber's brow does not even twitch. Her green eyes seem to accept my decision as if it were natural.
Does that mean you'll be abandoning the contract with me?
That's right. I'm not fit to be a master, and you too, Saber. It would be better for you to form a contract with a proper master, not one like me.
Yes. If I am after a better winning chance in the battle, I should form a contract with another magus. Archer's master should be able to draw out my full potential.
I see. Then I can abandon our contract now, right? I'll use this command spell to cancel the contract, so you'll be free.
Shiro, I will ask you only once. Will you not change your mind about your intention not to be a master?
I will not change my mind. I have no intention to kill others. I say so, looking directly at Saber. And at that time, the raincoat Saber is wearing sways. Oh. I blankly stare at the death in front of me. In the time it takes me to blink, Saber runs towards me. Huh? Sweeps my legs out from under me and knocks me over. Pain runs through my legs after a moment. There's no blood. I still have my feet. Ugh. I'm relieved that I still have my legs. Thank God, she only swept me with a metal rod. My legs hurt like they're about to tear off, but it's much better than having them cut off.
Shiro, a magus who is no longer a master will be killed by his servant. No matter how inexperienced you are as a magus, you have the power to keep me in this world as you have called for me. A servant needs a master. If you break your contract, I will kill you and take that body. Do you still say you will abandon your rights as a master?
I look up at Saber, concentrating my fading consciousness. There's no enmity or murderous intent in Saber's expression. As natural as it is to breathe, Saber would kill me without emotion to stay in this world. But still, that's right. Even if I were to change my mind, I can't do it. Not because I only have one command spell left. I refuse to fight. I refuse to become a master. Having such a person as your master would only result in defeat. No matter how it comes about, my mind gave up. If I have refused battle once, the second time must be the same. I would lament every time I face danger that I should not have entered the battle. It will be bad for both you and me to make such a person your master.
Then, you do not mind being killed by me here?
I cannot... Oh.
I cannot be a spirit. If I cannot absorb your soul, your body will face a painful death. You're going to accept that?
Of course not. I don't like fighting, but I like being killed even less. I know it won't help, but I'll resist until the last second and flee. I gather my courage to glare at Saber, not allowing myself to be overwhelmed by her. And then... Saber?
I understand. Use your command spell, Shiro. It is your decision. I have no right to intervene.
Huh?
Do not worry. It is just the case that I could not establish trust with my master this time. If you abolish the contract with your command spell, I will be free. I should not only be able to maintain this body for about... I should only be able to maintain this body for about 2 hours. But I will just find a new master in that time.
Saber says so plainly, spurred by those words. I prayed to the command spell on my left hand and to abolish the contract. You are now free. It was only a short union, but your magical energy was pleasant. Wait, no, that was... Wait, what? That was her saying that.
Okay. You are now free. It was only a short union, but your magical energy was pleasant. I shall not see you again, but I shall pray that you safely survive this battle.
The silver armor recedes. Without realizing, I almost tried to call after her, but I stopped myself before I do such a stupid thing. I'm not permitted to call out her name. She did not blame me for selfishly abandoning the contract, and she cared for me, for my safety to the end. Since I have rejected her and backed off out of the Holy Grail War, I cannot call out and stop her. It is a silent night. Even though it's past midnight, the town is too silent. To be honest, it's eerie. I don't think I'm exaggerating to think that that word is very suitable for this atmosphere. Man, I wonder when it starts to be like this. It's obvious. The Holy Grail War. The secret battle between the 6 Magi is stealing the life out of this town. My chest starts to hurt. The chest that was stabbed by Lancer only a few hours ago is aching. Let's go home. What good will it do to go back to the church now? During the pain in my chest, I head home. I think about what I should do once I'm home. I should be able to calm down if I go home, take a bath, and relax a bit. But I'll think about what I should do when I get home. That thought itself was a mistake. Huh? Like a bad dream, it tells me that there's no road ahead of me.
I see. You're alone now, Oni-chan.
I raise my head at the girl's voice. Under the blue moon. On top of the hill that should lead me back home. Or a girl and a strange figure. Gih! And they burst. I didn't even have a chance to see it, scream, nor turn and run. The black giant standing there swings his weapon upwards, and just with the sheer force of the weapon moving caused my arm to It flew off. One of my arms flew off. It flew off my shoulder, and the blood is spilling out like crazy, and the road behind me is red like red paint smeared on it. And bones are sticking out of my shoulder, and
Berserker? I don't feel like playing chase, so just squash him.
Gah. I roll. Both of my legs are bent as if sitting Japanese style. But they are both bending the wrong way, with my feet bending forward from my knees down. My thoughts cannot catch up to the events. My thoughts cannot catch up to the events due to the pain. Berserker. I definitely heard that. Then, the monster in front of me.
You're well-mannered, Oni-chan. I know that. It's that thing called assisted suicide, right? My grandfather said that Japanese people are a neck-cutting tribe who die by having their necks cut off while sitting Japanese style.
I begin to pass out. The girl's innocent voice doesn't match the situation. Don't. I look up. I can't breathe. One of my lungs has been blown about 50 meters behind me. I fall onto the ground on my back. Both my legs have become like caterpillars, and they're broken so that they can't move. So I use my remaining left arm to drag myself away.
Oh, you can still move? But I'm so sorry, you can't run away now. And besides, it's useless even if you do get away. Because even if you do, that body of yours will die in a matter of seconds.
Huh. My body feels light. I've lost over half my blood already. It's amazing I'm still conscious. My brain is starved of oxygen, and it should have stopped already.
But you can be relieved. It's no fun if you die that easily, right? So I gave you a small hand. Oni-chan will stay conscious no matter how much it hurts, or how much of you gets destroyed until I crush your head. So, even if I do this, you'll be able to rise like a living thing.
I'm crushed by that shockwave of his weapon like a printing press. My lower half is crushed from the waist down. Things that used to be my legs and meat and bones are beautifully turned into two-dimensional objects. can't die. There's only blood left in my head, and my body does not function, and my nerves are wanting to die and escape the pain, but my consciousness will not go away. Phew, phew, phew. My throat sounds like a flute. It echoes inside my skull. My thoughts are so confused, but wanting to escape this pain. You're wrong. I'm not a master anymore. I tell the girl as if asking for help. An instant of hope. The girl gasps as if being surprised.
Yes? So what?
She says with an angelic smile. My senses freeze. I will not be saved no matter what. I fully understand that I will be killed here.
Maybe you're small enough for me to pick up now. Then I'll invite you to my castle, Oni-chan. There are lots of tools once we get there, so let's continue this there. Man, this music.
Yeah. My senses will not die no matter how much I am hurt. They will not die, so rationality freezes. I don't know how much longer my head will last, but at this moment, Miyashiro gives up all hope. Bad end.
This kind of makes me like my Ilya even more now. He's scary, but at the same time, I'm kind of into that.
So it just keeps him as a head in a jar, I guess.
As one do.
So you've seen Fate Grand Carnival, right?
Yes.
So do you remember the segments at the end of the episodes where Jaguar Warrior and Seats and I were hanging out?
Mm-hmm.
That's based on this.
Hello. Is everyone doing fine? An hour of gaming a day for all of you who died so easily. This is the assistant's corner that solves all your problems in a flash, the Tiger Dojo. So, first of all, I would like to ask what the meaning of this corner is. It totally destroys the mood of the actual story. Answer, senior student. Osu. This dojo is the backstage that always saves the dull and stupid Shido. It can be said that this is the central foundation that supports fate itself. It would not be an exaggeration to call this the main storyline of Fate. Marvelous! Bravo! Oh, bravo! Yes, well done. I think everyone's starting to realize now. This dojo is an important part of Fate. Everyone, please do not be tricked by those fake heroines that have large parts in the story. And if you see a dangerous choice, please choose it. Well, for this, Shido. Oh man, squashed lower body and only a head left. Someone who would do such a thing must be brutal and cruel. What do you think about that, student? No problem. This is a cute and pop genocide of love. Unsatisfactory. Oh, I made a mistake. This is the result of a weak Oni-chan making this particular heroine angry. That is exactly right. In other words, broken samurai code, seppuku if you turn your back. From now on, please choose cowardly choices like this, as you'll die a lot. But since this is supposed to be a Q&A corner, I shall help you with your problem. Senior student, what is the countermeasure this time? Osu, go back to the choice and choose the other one. Ah yes, great advice. Alright, well done. Unexpected deaths like this are set up all over the place, so it's standard to save at choices. Well then, that's it for this time. I shall wait for you at the next practice. See you! I'm surprised Ilya is there, considering that first bad end.
Yeah. Okay, so I also want to point something out here. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. So this game actually keeps track of your bad ends. We got number
Oh, that
one.
is so cute.
Yep, we got number 1 out of 40. And every 10 you get, you unlock a little bonus scene.
Ooh, nice.
Alright, so with that, let's load back up and not chicken out of the Holy Grail War. He doesn't need to ask. I fight. I won't run away. Honestly, this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't seem real to me. But still, if there are only 2 choices, fighting or running away, I will never run away. The priest said it too. If I'm a Magus, I should be ready. This is why I must decide. Even though I'm an amateur, and Miyashiro is a Magus. If I have decided to become a superhero in the footsteps of Emiya Kiritsugu, whom I've admired all this time, I will fight as a master. If the cause of the fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail War, I can't let it happen again. As if he likes my answer, the priest smiles and with satisfaction. I take a deep breath. I cut away all hesitation. As a man, I said I will fight. So from now on, all I have to do is go forward with pride so that I will not go against my word. Then I shall approve you as Saber's master. In this instant, the Holy Grail War is accepted. I approve the battle in this town. From now until only one master remains, everyone shall follow their pride and compete fully against each other. The priest's voice echoes heavily through the church. There's no meaning in that declaration. Only Tosaka and I heard the priest's words. The man merely rang the starting bell as the priest of this church.
So it's decided. Then I'm going home. But can I ask you a question too?
I don't mind. This might be the last time, so I shall answer most questions.
Then I shall ask. Kire, you're the one in charge of looking after this, so you should have information on the other masters. I follow the association's rules, so at least tell me what you know.
That's troubling. I really want to tell you, but I do not know the details either. Including Emiya Shiro, there are not many legitimate magi this time. There are only 2 masters I know about. 3 if you include Emiya Shiro.
Oh, I see. Still, you should know the order they were summoned. You are the supervisor after all.
Berserker was first, Caster was second. The rest are pretty much the same. Archer was yesterday, and Saber was summoned a few hours ago.
I see. Then that means...
The Holy Grail War has officially started. Rin, you are not allowed to come to this church until the Holy Grail War is over. The only time it is permitted is...
when I lose my servant and wish for protection, right? So I pretty much get points deducted if I come here for any other reason.
That is correct. You may become the victor, but the church will not ignore the points deducted. It will take the Holy Grail away from you after a boring discussion. That would be the worst case scenario for me.
You fake priest. A person on the side of the church supporting the Magic Association.
I am serving God. That does not mean I am serving the church.
Whatever, that's why you're fake.
And Tosaka turns her back to the priest. After that, she makes her way to the exit without saying goodbye. Hey, is that okay, Tosaka? He was your fellow pupil, right? So, shouldn't there be a more proper farewell?
I don't care. I'd rather feel relieved from breaking the ties with him. More importantly, you should leave too. You have no business here now.
Tosaka walks across the floor without stopping and rarely leaves. I sigh and follow her. And then... I feel a presence behind me and turn around. The priest who was behind me before I knew it is looking down on me. What? Do you have something else to say? I back off as I say so. Just as I thought, I don't like him. Maybe we're just incompatible or something, but I can't get myself to like him. If you don't have anything to say, I'm going. Alright, I think like one of the most famous lines in this game is coming up. Make my way to the door, trying to escape his stare. As I go. Yokorobe, shounen. Your wish will finally come true. The priest says, as if declaring an oracle. Those words aren't those the true feelings I haven't yet realized? What are you saying all of a sudden? You should know. Your wish will not come true unless there is clear evil, even if it has nothing. If it is not something you approve of. A superhero requires a villain to defeat. I feel like everything has turned black. The priest said it. The greatest wish and the ugliest wish I have are the same. Yes, the desire to protect something is at the same time none other than the wish for something to violate it. But there's no way I'd wish for something like that. I don't remember a moment when I wished for that. Such an insecure wish just means that the target ideals are consistent. But the priest says, as if to pierce my heart, good thing you have an enemy now. No, you do not have to gloss over it. Your worries are right for a human being. Shake off the priest's words and walk to the door. Farewell, Emiya Shiro. This will be my last warning, but take care on your way home. Your world will change completely from now on. You are now at the point of kill or be killed. You are now a master. As soon as I leave, the pressure on my shoulder lifts. Certainly, you could say that getting away from that priest helped. But Tosaka standing out in her uniform, and the blonde-haired girl in a raincoat standing near her makes a strangely well-matched sight that somehow takes the pressure off me. Saber is silent as always. She's looking at me, so it seems she is interested in the decision I made.
Let's go. We're going the same way until we get back to town.
Saying that, Tosaka starts walking. Following after her, we leave the church as well. The three of us decide to descend the hill together. We didn't talk much on the way here, but there's even less talk now. Even as dull as I am, I know why. After what happened at the church, I truly became a master. And that must be the reason Tosaka is walking like a little apart from us. I understand that. I understand, but I don't like thinking about Tosaka like that. Tosaka, is your servant okay?
Huh? Oh yeah. Archer is okay. Though it doesn't seem like the damage caused by your servant will heal fast. So I don't think I'll be able to materialize him for a while.
And he's not here, not with you right now?
No, he's taking shelter at my house right now. He'll be at a disadvantage if he was attacked by other servants right now. So I'm making him stay ready at a place of strength.
I see. Unlike my house, I'll bet Tosaka's house is well prepared against outside attacks. The house is like a fortress for a magus. They will not lose as long as they stay there. That must mean enemies will not attack you as long as you stay on your home ground. I see. The boundary field at my house is merely an alarm against intruders, but even having that makes a big difference. Oh yeah, Tosaka. The guy said he was the supervisor of the Holy Grail, but does he know your servant?
He shouldn't. I haven't told him.
I see. You guys seem to have a good relationship, so I thought so.
Hey, Emiya-kun. I'll warn you now. Don't tell anybody your servant's identity. Keep it a secret even from people you trust, or you'll end up exiting this battle early.
What do you mean servant's identity?
What I mean is, which hero the servant is. No matter how strong someone may be, if you reveal your potential, you'll surely be beaten someday. It's fine. So have Saber tell you her real name later on. You should understand what I mean then. Though, hang on, you're like this, so it might be better if she didn't tell you.
Why?
Because you can't keep secrets. You'll be able to keep a secret better if you don't know about it.
Also, it's better for the readers, because then they get a big plot twist partway through the story.
Ah, yes.
Hey now, what do you think I am? I can take care of myself.
Really? Then do you have anything you're hiding from me?
Huh? Anything I'm hiding from you? That's... I say as my face fires up. I don't have a guilty conscience, but well... Would kind of admiring her count as something I'm hiding from her?
See, I don't know what you're hiding, but it's no good if it shows in your face. You have other good aspects, so don't worry about it.
Then what about you? If you're hiding it from the priest, does that mean you don't trust him?
Kire? Hardly. I'm not crazy enough to trust him. He's a cheat who transferred from the church to the Magic Association without quitting the church. He'd happily sell my information to the other masters.
Tosaka says with annoyance. It seems she really doesn't trust the priest. I'm a bit relieved, but still, her words do seem to hold a bit of affection. And we pass the bridge. There's no conversation between us now. The cold winter air and our cold breath. A faint sound of flowing water and the white street lamps that light up the bridge. Small things like that are engraved into my memory. Oddly, I didn't think about looking at Tosaka, who's walking next to me. Right now, it seems walking on a bridge at night together like this is more precious than seeing her face. Me, Tosaka, and the girl called Saber I know nothing about. We three walk together without doing much. We reach the intersection. The intersection that leads to our houses. The place where we must part with Tosaka.
We'll part here. I repaid my debt. And it would be troublesome if we stayed together any longer. We should part and become enemies from tomorrow on.
Must be the end of the ambiguous position we are in right now. Tosaka starts talking and cuts off suddenly. From that, I realize she did not explain the rules to me out of any sense of obligation. She just supported me, understanding the situation I'm in, and acted fairly. So things are back to normal once the explanations are over. I'll just be her target as a master now. But if so, what you just said was strange. Tosaka must have meant it would be difficult to fight if she feels empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight must have been unnecessary. It would be troublesome.
It would be troublesome if we stayed together any longer.
If she's going to say something like that, she should have left us alone from the beginning. Tosaka is smart, so she should know that all too well. But still, she set aside all thought of loss or gain and helped me out. So what happened tonight was totally out of good faith. Tosaka in front of me is too different from how she is at school. Even when I put it nicely, she's sour, cranky, unapproachable, and she's so different that I want to scream out. Man, it feels almost like a fraud. Yet still, Tosaka Rin is just how everyone thought she was. I see. Tosaka, you really are a good person.
Huh? What are you saying all of a sudden? I won't go easy on you, even if you flatter me.
I know that. She won't go easy on me, and that's why she said it'll be a bother if she feels empathy for me. I know, but I don't want to be enemies with you if I can help it. I like people like you.
What?
Tosaka falls silent for some reason. I hear Tosaka's house is in the Western Style District in the opposite direction to my place. Since she's taken care of me until now, I would like to walk her home, but...
Anyway, just run to the church if your servant ever gets killed. If you do, at least your life will be safe.
I won't like it, but still, I'll take that advice. It won't happen, though. However I look at it, I'll die before Saber does. I calmly analyze the situation.
You...
Sorry, my VTuber model's freaking out for some reason. Okay, here we go. Tosaka reacts strangely once again. After letting out a sigh, she glances at Saber.
Alright. I won't give you any more warnings because that really be empathy. Just be careful. Even if Saber's strong, it won't matter if you, her master, gets killed.
She turns her back and starts walking. But as if she's seen a ghost, her feet stop dead in their tracks. Tosaka? The instant I call out to her, my left hand throbs in pain. I'm going to assume that's Ilya.
Hey? Have you finished talking?
A young voice echoes through the night. A voice like a song is unmistakably that of a young girl. My vision is drawn to the top of the hill. I don't know when the clouds parted, but the bright moon is now shining in the sky. There.
I love that height difference.
Yeah. A long shadow. There's a strange shape that shouldn't be here in this pale town of shadow pictures. Berserker.
Berserker.
Oh wait.
Oops, Berserker.
Okay. This Tosaka mumbles a word I'm not accustomed to hearing. I don't even need to ask. I think it's definitely a servant. And at the same time, an overwhelming sense of death, exceeding even the one in the fire 10 years ago.
Good evening, Oni-chan. It's the second time we've met like this.
The girl smiles as she says so. That innocence sent a chill down my spine. No, spine is an understatement. Not just my body, but my mind is frozen as well. That thing is a monster. I'm not staring at it, but just its presence makes me unable to move. I understand naturally that I will die in the instant I move even a muscle. It feels like a knife is pushed right against my naked chest. Still, I feel nothing. Probably because there's too little hope of me getting out of this alive. All fears and impatience are drowned by hopelessness, so I don't feel a thing.
Crap. He's totally on a completely different level.
Unlike me, who's paralyzed, Tosaka has the composure to stand ready. But it'll come to nothing. Even though I can only see her back, I can sense the despair she's feeling.
Huh? Oh, your servant is taking a rest? That's no fun. I thought I'd kill you both at once.
The girl says unhappily as she looks down at us from the top of the hill. We're in an even worse situation now. That girl knows Tosaka's servant is not here. And then the girl lifts the sides of her skirt and bows unsuitably for this situation.
Nice to meet you, Rin. I am Ilya. You should work it out if I make that Ilyasville von Eisburn. Einsburn.
Tosaka's body moves slightly, and she seems to recognize that name. Perhaps she liked Tosaka's reaction as the girl smiles happily and...
Then I'll kill you. Go ahead, Berserker.
She orders a strange shape behind her as if she's singing. The larger body flies through the air. The thing called Berserker comes flying down the whole distance from the top of the hill.
Shiro, stay back.
Saber runs. Her raincoat comes off and my vision is blocked for a second. Saber runs to Berserker's landing point, and Berserker lands with a huge thud at exactly the same moment. The air trembles. Saber stops Berserker's great sword with her invisible sword. Saber makes a pained face. There. Berserker's gigantic sword flashes like a whirlwind. A great thunderous roar. A crash of steel that almost tears the air results in defeat for Saber. Sliding sound. Even though she blocked Berserker's giant sword, she's driven back along with the sword she used to block it.
Ah.
Saber's posture collapses. Blood-colored servant chases after her. The gray figure swings its giant sword as if it's the only thing it knows how to do. Saber doesn't have the time to dodge it and blocks it with her sword. It does not matter if Saber's sword is divisible or not. Each of Berserker's attacks is a fatal one that must be blocked with all her might. Therefore, Saber has to stay on the defense. For her, the only chance of victory is to find a means of attack in between Berserker's attacks. But that is only if Berserker leaves an opening. The Black Rock's sword is just like a storm. With such a large body, and with such a large sword, and yet Berserker is moving faster than Saber. The attacks he sends out are just smashing swings with no technique to them. That's enough. If there's overwhelming power and speed, there's no room for technique. Techniques are something humans invented to compensate for their weaknesses. Weaknesses are things that giants don't have, that giant doesn't have. Run. I remember with my frozen body. That thing cannot be defeated. Saber will be killed if we go on like this. She should run away. It would be easy for her to get away if it were just her here. She should know that already. Oh, that's bad. My body is numb, but maybe that's why my mind is so calm. A storm of death that strikes without a pause. Unable to take all the attacks, Saber retreats, and this time, the final blow that cannot be blocked is swung. Saber's body rises. She managed to defend against Berserker's giant sword, even in a bad posture. That's only to avoid a fatal wound. She cannot brace herself to totally block the giant sword, and the impact blows her away. She falls, her body drawing a big arc. Before she falls on her back, Saber turns in midair and lands on her feet.
Ugh.
She manages to recover, but red blood is running down her chest. That's... how stupid of me. I was forgetting something important. I don't know how much a servant can fight in one day, but this is already her third battle. On top of that, Saber has a wound on her chest inflicted by Lancer.
Oh, yeah.
Saber moves as if to protect her chest. Berserker moves and slashes like a raging wind at a wounded Saber and receives many attacks on its back.
Fear still. Ursung.
I don't know what kind of magic it is, but Berserker's body explodes from Tosaka's spell. Judging from magical energy given out, the magic directly hitting Berserker must be an impact close to that of a high-caliber pistol. But even that is meaningless. It doesn't even scratch Berserker's body. He isn't nullifying magic like Saber. It's just that the magic is not doing any damage.
What kind of ridiculous body does he have?
Tosaka does not stop casting. The Berserker ignores Tosaka's spell and charges at Saber. Saber raises her head in pain. She holds her sword up to still fight. That gets my body to move again. No, run, Saber. I yell with all my might. Hearing that, she faces the enemy she cannot compare to. There's no end to Berserker's attacks. Saber's body sinks every time she blocks the blow, and she slowly approaches her final moment. But still, where in that small frame does she have all that power? Saber doesn't retreat. She blocks the surging waves of the giant sword and tries to drive back Berserker with her willpower. There's no chance of victory. The way she's holding her ground looks bizarre, as she should know that she will be defeated if she keeps fighting. Maybe it sensed something in her posture. And that's how you pronounce Berserker speak. The figure, silent up until now, roars. A blow impossible to block. A blow that even swings through Saber blows her away. The sound of something falling in the distance. Fresh blood spills out. In that pool of blood with a body that should not be able to get back up.
Ugh.
She stands up unconsciously. It's as if she's saying I would be killed if she didn't do so. That makes me realize how foolish my choice was. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. Without paying attention to me or Tosaka, it waits for its master's orders at the top of the hill.
There's no way you would be able to beat him. My Berserker is the greatest hero of Greece.
Greatest hero of Greece, you must mean...
Yes, the one standing there is the devil called Hercules, or Heracles.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think they called... So, Hercules has kind of become more popular in the West, possibly due to the Disney movie, but Hercules is actually his Roman name. The Greek name is Heracles.
He is the worst monster there is, on a different level from the heroes you guys can summon.
The girl who called herself Ilya narrows her eyes cheerfully. Those are the eyes of joy, about to finish off her enemies. I don't even need to say who the ones getting killed are. Saber will be killed right here. Then what am I going to do? Am I going to fight that monster in her place? I can't do that. Just approaching that thing without being prepared would stop my heart.
I still think it's funny how Ilya revealed the name even though they're just talking about never reveal your servant's name.
Yeah, but on the other hand, what are you going to do against Heracles?
True, true.
Let's get out of here. I'll get away from this place. Saber can't beat that monster. She will certainly be killed if I let her continue fighting. If that's the case. Tosaka, this way. I take Tosaka's hand and start running. If we are that girl's targets, she will definitely come after us. But Saber will survive, and you have a chance of surviving too if we run away to a place with more people.
Hey, you can't turn your back on him.
Huh? The hand I grabbed is shaken off. And in a flash, Tosaka moves between me and the thing, as if to protect my defenseless back, and
Ha- d-
has her chest pierced through by the giant sword. Tosa... I can feel my face stiffening as I turn around.
ah,
Tosaka coughs up blood and looks down at the sword in her chest. Man, what was I doing? Oh, no, wait.
Man, what was I doing?
Does she mean trying to protect me or trying to attack Berserker? Tosaka tilts her head in wonder as if she knew it was useless from the start, and
The church. Go to Kire.
leaving those words, she's thrown to the ground. Ah, my body reacts before I can think. The black giant standing before me, using the opportunity where he threw Tosaka away. Ah! I run desperately, like an animal through the rings of fire.
Oh, he ran away. That's cute, Oni-chan. Do you think you can get away from Berserker?
I run. The only thing in my head is Tosaka's words. The church. I have to go up, get up the hill and go to the church. Go to the church and ask for help from Kotomine. I have to do it, or Tosaka will die. Or Saber will die too. Or I won't be able to save them, and I too will... A blow in the back. Not with the sword. The giant struck my back with its arm like a bush hammer. Ah.
Jeez, you're useless. I told you not to kill him easily. But you can't even do that simple thing. You good for nothing. I'll kill you to your last one if you disobey my orders again.
Arg.
Huh? He's alive? He's still alive even though he was thrown all the way over here?
So as the last line from Ilya, killing your the last one. That's actually, I think that's supposed to be an early hint at his ability. You know, you have to kill him 12 times.
The guts.
Yeah. I can't breathe. My backbone is smashed. I can't breathe.
I see. You're alive, Oni-chan. You can't use any magic, but I guess there was still a reason you were chosen as a master. Good. There'd be no point in me coming to Japan if it wasn't like this.
Uh, I can't move. You can't call me alive anymore. I am.
No, I won't let you die that easily. I have to hurt you more and teach you how wonderful your life was up until now.
The silver-haired girl holds my hand. Her cold white fingertips freeze my skull. In that instant, when I am turned into something that is not me,
I'll turn you into an ugly doll that can't even die. Ichan is going to take Kiritsugu's place from now on.
I wish with my last thoughts for Tosaka and Saber to be safe. Well, we're 2 for 2 on Ilya just making Shiro her plaything.
Good job, Ilya. That's why you're the best student at the dojo. Hello. I am Fujimura Taiga, the instructor of the Tiger Dojo, a dreamlike rescue corner that trains people who die easily. And I'm Ilya, keeping Taiga company out of compassion, even though I don't have to be here. Daria! Senior student. Your name in this dojo is senior student. Ouch! Throwing me back. The demonic sword. Tora Shinai is fearsome indeed. Tora Shinai has been added to the weapons dictionary. Huh? Did you hear a weird sound just now? Nope. Anyways, what is the theme this time, Taiga? Yes. Our topic this time is about the sudden deaths. It's sudden, but you die easily in fate if you let your guard down. Everyone basically shows no mercy, so it's proper practice to save every time you reach a choice. Shiro's everyday life is a scramble filled with red lights. Yeah, Oni-chan is always so unguarded, as I thought. I have to protect him. By putting his head in a jar.
Yeah.
Chest. Ouch! Master! That shinai really hurts. Please use a more gentle shinai. Request denied. A girl like you who kills out of love should run around the dojo 3 times at once. What? I'm against anything tiring. You don't want this tiger stamp? Oh, alright, I'll go. Well, the cause of your death this time is considering to run away from that very dangerous kid. It's kill or be killed once you meet her. Be careful, since a half-hearted choice will bring only death. Tiger? There's a weird cat near the dojo. Step on its tail and drive it off. I wonder what the weird cat is.
Good question.
Stares at Arcade.
Yeah.
And don't call me a tiger. Alright, I made it go somewhere. Very well. Then we are done. The story is just getting started. Once you get through this trouble, the battle as a master will finally start. Or maybe it won't start yet. Which is it? I guess a bit more training.
Yeah, that part about the sword, it wasn't a joke, by the way. Yeah, there's actually a weapon list here.
Wow.
Tora Shinai, Fujimura Taiga. Shinai were originally suggested by a prominent swordsman in Japan. Kamizuni Nobutsuna, weapon to be used in matches in place of real swords and wooden swords, but leaving all such complicated stories aside, Tora Shinai is Fujine's favorite sword of choice. Roll back 5 years. Because the tiger strap on the Shinai was considered bad manners, she was not permitted to enter some official tournaments. The Kendo club members complained that her name would have been known all over Japan were it not for the Shinai, but they were rather relieved she stayed unknown. Demonic sword that will not rest until it tastes blood, still sealed by the Fujimura family.
That is intense. That makes me wonder why she didn't become a saber.
Yeah. It doesn't go back to the choice for some reason. Save Saber. I can't abandon someone who needs help. Shiro has chosen to live like that. And most importantly, I can't leave the girl who fought to protect me.
Alright, Berserker. She will regenerate, so violate her after you chop her head off.
Berserker resumes his action. I... You... run with all my strength. There's no way I can do anything against that monster. So that the least I can do is push Saber away and save her from Berserker's attack. Huh? I fall. Why? I was going to push Saber away, get Saber away from the Berserker, and think about what to do after that, so why? Gah! Why? Why am I on the ground? Why am I on the ground, unable to breathe? I hear shocked voices. First is from Saber, who's right in front of me, and Tosaka is astonished at a distance. For some reason, Ilya, who's looking down at me dumbfounded, is also surprised. Huh? I'm missing my stomach. I'm on the ground. On the asphalt are a small amount of blood compared to the wound, soft-looking organs, bones, and many things like that. I see. How stupid of me. In short, I didn't make it in time. Yes, it was impossible to push Saber out of the way, so I just shielded her. And my stomach was blown out by that sword.
I feel like that should lead to another bad end.
You'd think so, but... Geez, I'm ashamed of myself for failing even in a situation like this. I've been working hard to become a superhero, but I keep making mistakes when it really counts.
Why?
The silver-haired girl asks in a daze, after standing there dumbfounded for a while.
That's enough. This is boring.
Without finishing off Saber, she calls Berserker back.
Rin, I'll kill you if I see you again.
The girl leaves. After watching her leave, my vision cuts out. My consciousness fades away. I really can't recover this time. I was somehow saved when I was killed by Lancer, but that won't happen again. There's probably no magic that could save a person who has lost most of their stomach.
What were you thinking? Don't you know I can't save you again?
I hear an angry voice. It's probably Tosaka. She seems really angry, and I'm sorry. But it can't be helped. It's not like I can do everything like Tosaka. All I could use was my body. So that's why the only thing I could do was use my body to shield Saber. February 3rd. Partner. This is a story from a winter 5 years ago. It was a night with a beautiful moon. I wasn't doing anything, just watching the moon with Kiritsugu. Even though it was winter, the weather wasn't cold. The corridor was only a little chilly, and it was a good night to enjoy the moon. Back then, Kiritsugu didn't leave the house much. Not going outside, he would just laze carelessly around the house. I regret it even now, thinking back to it. Why didn't I notice that it was like the actions of an animal that knows its time of death? When I was a child, I wanted to be a superhero. Suddenly, that man, himself a superhero in my child's eyes, said that as if yearning for it. What do you mean I wanted? Did you give it up? Did you give up? I became angry and asked him. Kiritsugu laughed apologetically and looked up at the sky. Yes, unfortunately, being a hero is a time-limited thing, and it becomes hard to call yourself that when you grow up. I wish I'd found that out earlier. I agreed with that. I didn't know why, but I thought it couldn't be wrong because Kiritsugu said so. I see. Then I guess it can't be helped. Yeah, it really couldn't be helped. Kiritsugu answers. So of course my response was determined. Yeah, it can't be helped, so I'll take your place. It's impossible since you're an adult, but it should be alright for me. Let me take on your dream. I'll make it come true. Before I could finish, my father laughed. He made a face like he didn't even need to hear the rest. After breathing in, Emily Kiritsugu said, "Yeah, I'm relieved." He quietly closed his eyes and his life ended. Since he looked so peaceful, I thought he would wake up again in the morning, so I didn't disturb him. Perhaps being used to seeing death factored in too. Without doing anything, I just looked up at the man who was my father as he entered a long sleep. There were no sounds of insects in the garden as it was silent. In the bright night, I remember only my eyes being hot. I did not cry out, nor did I feel sad. But I could not stop my tears until the moon sunk. That is a story from a winter 5 years ago. Perhaps I cried 10 years worth of tears, since after that there was nothing. Fujine's father planned the funeral, and I started living in this house by myself. Nothing changed even though Kiritsugu was gone. Emiya Shiro would become a superhero like Emiya Kiritsugu, so there was no time to be playing around. That's right. I didn't mention it, but I remembered perfectly. The figure of the man who saved me, who was left on the fire 10 years ago. Who was left to the fire 10 years ago. He held up in his arms an unconscious child, about to die from burns. He became so happy that tears welled up in his eyes and took the child outside. From that time, he was the subject of my admiration. No one saved me. I couldn't save anyone. In it all, I was saved, and the person who was there to save me, and the person was there to save me. That's why I decided to become like him. Become a superhero so that I could save people and let no one be killed, just like him. Kiritsugu died peacefully, leaving me his dream of becoming a superhero himself. It's only natural for a child to succeed their father. Emiya Shiro must become a superhero and save someone just like the old me. I swore so as a child, to fulfill the dream of the man I admired the most. But honestly, I don't get it. What's a superhero thing supposed to be? How to become one? How to make everyone happy like Kiritsugu always said. And I became this thing called a master, and things like the blonde-haired girl following me around is confusing my head, and really... When I open my eyes, I'm in a familiar room. What? I'm in my own room? As soon as I speak, I start to feel terribly sick. Ugh, it tastes bad in my mouth. I taste blood in my mouth. Maybe it was filling my mouth, but I breathe in thick air. I'm not sure why I feel like this. I feel really sick to my stomach, so I want to go to the bathroom and wash my face. Alright. I stand up. I feel dizzy. I almost fall and support myself by putting a hand against the wall. Ugh. Nausea increases when I move. No, this is more like pain than nausea. My body is heavy and it feels like my stomach is turning every time I move. Maybe someone would feel like this if someone poured burning lead into their stomach. Ugh, imagining that is giving me headaches. I wipe the sweat off my forehead and wobble out of my room. Alright, I feel better now. Wash my face and wipe the sweat off my body. There are bandages wrapped around my stomach for some reason. I can't recall anything about them, so I leave them be for now. I'm hungry. I wonder if there are any leftovers. Even though my stomach feels terrible, it seems my body wants energy. Gah. Putting my mind into it, I start to walk along the wall. I still feel dizzy and my body feels dull. Ow. Ow. Walk forward, letting out miserable sounds. Really, what did I do before going to bed? I don't remember any training that could have caused this pain. I reached the living room. Sakura and Fujine must be at school. There's no breakfast prepared in the living room, and there's none of Fujine's loudness. The quiet living room is like a typical Sunday.
Good morning. I'm afraid I came in without asking you, Emiya-kun.
No, it's not. What? Tosaka Marine is sitting on a cushion. Her calmness makes me think I'm the guest in this house and not her. Yeah, that's why I'm even more surprised. I don't know how to answer her, so first of all I sit down, and then I take a deep breath and ask, Tosaka, why?
Hold on, could you apologize first? I can't calm down until I hear an apology for last night.
I don't even have time to ask her why she's here. Tosaka's glaring at me like she's really mad. It seems she's really angry about last night, but what happened last night? Hold on. I recall it now. That's right, why am I so relaxed? I tried to save Saber and Berserker blew away my stomach. The nausea returns. I feel a chill, remembering the feeling of having a hole in my body. Something in my stomach moves. It feels really sick. It feels really sick, but that's definite proof that I'm alive. Wait, that's weird. Shouldn't that have been instant death for me? That's strange. Why the hell am I alive?
Do you remember the stupid thing you did last night? If you do, then please review your actions.
Tosaka lets out a humph and criticizes me. Huh, that's really annoying. My head, which was frozen by the fact that Tosaka is here, finally resumes activity again. What are you saying? There was nothing else to do at that time. Oh, well, it does look stupid if you just look at the results, but I was going to do it better. So it wasn't a mistake. I protest, glaring at her. What? Why is she sighing?
Didn't I tell you servants will disappear if their master is killed? So it's crazy to try to protect your servant. Look, Saber will disappear if you're killed. If you want to save Saber, think of a way to do so from a safe place.
Jeez. Oh, so...
Jeez, don't you understand that protecting your servant with your life is just meaningless?
It's not that I protected her with my life. I tried to save her, and it just happened to work out like that. I didn't think things would end up like that either. Excuse me. I did think I would be killed if I went near that monster, but that's a different matter.
I see. You seem to be misunderstanding.
As if she's read my mind, she sulks even more.
Look, Emiya-kun, I'll come out and say it, but I didn't take you to the church to help you win. I was trying to help you stay alive, even if you were left on your own. It seems you didn't understand that part of it.
Help me stay alive?
That's right. You shouldn't take risks if you realize that a loss equals your death. You seem to be someone who would walk out at night by yourself in a situation like this. If I threatened you, I thought you wouldn't take risks and you might get through this.
I see. I didn't notice that. That's why she's complaining about me not realizing that I'm running a berserker. So, Why are you mad, Tosaka? It shouldn't bother you if I'm the one that made the mistake.
Of course it bothers me. You made me worry for a whole night.
Tosaka throws out a temper, but I see. I'm honestly happy she's worrying about me. Looking at the situation, it seems Tosaka was the one who treated my wounds. I see. I guess you helped me out. Thank you. I bow my head and show my thanks and apologize.
It's fine if you understand. If you've learned from this, try to act smarter next time.
Tosaka looks away. Her gesture is snappy, but it seems she's in a good mood again.
Then, we're done with what happened last night. I'll go into the main topic. But which do you want to talk about? About last night or about something serious?
Tosaka starts the conversation as if it's natural to do so. Her straightforwardness surprises me, but thinking about it, she's here because she has something to talk about. If she didn't have business with me, she would have gone home already. What is it that Tosaka, my enemy, wants to discuss in her enemy's territory? I'm interested in that and also want to know what happened last night. It's stupid not to ask, so I... Save here. Okay, so I was checking the flowchart while we were going through this. One of these gives us a written point, but as far as I can tell, this route never checks for written points, so I don't think it actually does anything.
Weird.
Let me double check that to like the very end, maybe. Nope. Huh. Yes, I guess this choice doesn't technically matter then. Hold on a sec. I gotta get back to my spot. Okay. Let's ask about yesterday. Even if I'm going to listen to her, I have to know the situation I'm in first. I have to know where I am before I go somewhere else. That is the basic principle of a journey. I want to know what happened yesterday first.
That's right. Knowing the current situation comes first. Wow, you're pretty smart.
Tosaka smiles contently and describes what happened yesterday. It seems that Berserker left after I fell unconscious. She tells me that my body started to heal itself and that it looked fine after about 10 minutes. And she says she brought me here here since I didn't regain my consciousness even when my wound had healed. And that's where we are now, right now.
The important thing here is that you survived on your own. I did help you, but it was your own power that healed that wound. Don't mistake that part.
It seems that way from what you told me, so you didn't heal it?
Of course not. I can't do anything like revive a dying person anymore. Miyashiro himself healed his own wounds.
What can I do? What can I do now that she said that? My stomach is certainly healed, but I have doubts about Tosaka's story. I can't use healing magic, let alone revival magic.
Then, the cause must be the servant. Your servant must be really powerful, or something went wrong during the summoning. Well, things both, but I think some kind of line formed between you two.
A line? You mean like the karmic line connecting a familiar and a magus?
Oh? So you have a working knowledge of familiars? Then this should be easy to explain. In other words, the Kun and Saber's relationship is not a normal relationship, like the one between a normal master and their familiar. It looks like Saber has natural healing powers, so some of that may be flowing into you. Normally, the Magus's power flows into the familiar, but in your case, the familiar's power is flowing into you and helping you out.
So putting it simply, it's like a river flowing upstream?
That's a good way to put it. It is not naturally possible, but I bet Saber's magical energy is so great that it can even change the flow of a river. It's the only reason she is able to go against Berserker with her small size.
Not naturally possible, then is the relationship between you and Archer that of a normal Magasin familiar?
Yes, he doesn't listen to too much of what I say, but we do still have such a relationship. The connection between a servant and a master is like that of a gasoline and an engine. You provide the magical energy, the servant just uses it.
A gasoline.
Well, I guess. Oh?
It's still her.
Well, I guess there has been some masters who share their physical bodies with their servants to obtain fake immortality, not dying until their servants are dead, something like that. Hey, are you listening, Emiya-kun?
Huh? Yeah, I'm listening. And are you saying that most wounds on my body will heal even if I don't do anything?
Using your servant's magical energy. I don't know how, but I'm sure the cause is in Saber's materialization. I know you haven't learned the curse of self-healing.
Of course not. My father never taught me anything that difficult.
No. I mean that if that's the case, I have nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you.
What is it? Tosaka's words are indirect and hard to follow.
Oh well. Just don't do anything too reckless. It's good that you survived this time, but you won't survive if you take that kind of wound again. You shouldn't get any optimistic hopes that you'll survive any major wounds.
I understand. I feel bad about taking damage and having Saber helping me.
Idiot. That's not the reason. I'm sure you're not just using Saber's magical energy to heal your wounds. You're definitely using something. I don't know what it is, your lifespan, your luck, or your savings account, but you're definitely using something up. Must be the savings account, right?
Tosaka gives a humph once again. I feel the same way, but... Tosaka, doesn't my savings account have nothing to do with this? Well, not if you're an FGO player and you use Saint Course to revive.
Mm-hmm. Of course it does. Magic uses up your money, so it's something that drains your money the more you use it. She buys Saint Course, doesn't she? I won't allow myself to be wrong.
Tosaka re-interrupts with fires of personal grudges. It's strange. The more I talk with her, the more I understand this is the real Tosaka Rin. And that the Tosaka at school is just a mask she puts on. No, it's something I had realized already yesterday.
Well, putting the part about money aside, I'll be serious. Is that alright, Emiya-kun?
That's why you stayed here, right? Alright, I'll listen.
Then I'll be direct about it. What are you planning to do from now on?
She asked directly the one question I don't want to be asked. No, that's not it. It's not that I don't want to ask her to ask me, but I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm the one who wants to ask, what do I do now? Honestly, I don't know. You say I should fight for the Holy Grail, but I've never been in a fight between magi. First of all, I want to try to avoid killing people, and most of all, I'm not interested in something mysterious like the Holy Grail. I'm not too sure about risking my life for something I don't want.
I knew you'd say that. You'll be killed by your servant if you say something like that.
But why would I?
Because the servant's goal is also the Holy Grail. They can be summoned by the masters because the condition on their summoning is that they obtain the Holy Grail. The most important thing for a servant is to obtain the Holy Grail. They obey their master and risk their life for their master because they have a chance of obtaining the Holy Grail. So just try saying that they don't want the Holy Grail. You can't complain even if they kill you and call you a betrayer.
What is that? That's weird, because servants are what the master summons, right? So...
Do you think a servant would obey a human for no reward? The Holy Grail grants the wish of whoever obtains it. The servant of the master who obtains it is no exception. Even the servants have their own wishes. That is why they respond to the otherwise impossible summoning. It's not that the masters are summoning the servants to obtain the Holy Grail. The servants are answering the master's call because they can obtain the Holy Grail.
Servants have their own desires? And does that mean Saber has a wish she wants the Holy Grail to grant?
That's why the servants try to eliminate other servants, even without orders from their masters. Only one can obtain the Holy Grail. They cannot accept other masters obtaining the Holy Grail. Unlike their masters, they don't have the power to take away the command spells, so the only way they can disarm other masters is to kill them. So even if the master has no intention of fighting, battle is inevitable. A master who's attacked by a servant must fight it off with their own servant. You heard enough from Kirei to know that this is the nature of the Holy Grail War, right?
Yeah, he told me that last night, but... That means allowing
That
Oops,
sorry.
Yeah, that means allowing your servant to try to kill other servants. I thought it would be over if I reached a compromise with other masters, but if the servants are the ones summoned to obtain the Holy Grail, and if it is true that they will not give it up, then the battle between the servants is inevitable. Then the girl that fought to protect me is also ready to kill or be killed to obtain the Holy Grail. That's awful. I don't know about this heroic spirit thing, but Saber is human. She was bleeding badly yesterday, too.
Oh, don't worry about that part. There is no life or death for the servants. Even if servants are eliminated, they just go back to where they belong. Heroic spirits are a phenomenon. They can't be killed. The only ones that can be killed during a fight are the masters.
No, but still, even if it's a temporary death, there's still the fact that something human-shaped has disappeared from this world.
What? Are you saying it's murder? Are you still carrying a sense of justice, even though you're Magus?
Her comment is only natural. As a Magus, death is always right beside me. I understand that and already prepared for that. But still, I'm not strong enough to judge people's deaths as good or bad. Of course I won't participate in a fight to the death.
Oh? So you're just going to wait for the other masters to kill you? For the others to kill you? You're ceding the victory to the other masters?
That's not it. The point is to survive to the end, right? I don't have any intention of killing others, but I'll have no mercy in a fight to protect myself. If the opponent is out to kill me, they won't complain if they're killed in return, right?
Oh? So you'll be staying on the defensive? Then you'll just be observing what the other masters are doing, right? So even if someone like yesterday goes around killing everyone, you're going to ignore it?
Someone like yesterday? She must mean that inhuman monster. Superhuman strength that allows the destruction of a house or two with a single blow. Certainly, if that thing wished, this town could be in ruins in just one night. On top of that, the problem is that servants are normally in spirit form. Humans can't see those in spirit form. But since the servants can affect the real world as spirits, we could call them the most powerful weapon. The technology we have now, there are no weapons that can affect a spiritual being. Our attacks are useless against them, and their attacks can damage us. It's not just a one-sided game. Murder by a servant is like a natural death for normal people. Death caused by an invisible killer will just be treated as accidental death or suicide. What is that? Masters and servants don't just attack other masters. Other people have nothing to do with them, right?
Yeah, I really wish that was the case. But if it were, you wouldn't need a supervisor like Kire, would you? I should have said earlier, servants are spirits. They are already complete, so they don't grow. But magical energy used as fuel is different. The more magical energy they have available, the more they can use the powers they had in life. That part is the same as for us magi. Do you understand?
I do, so they can use magic repeatedly, right? You could say magical energy is the gunpowder to fill a gun, and the magus is the gun itself. The type of gun depends on the magus's abilities. Pistol, rifle, machine gun, shotgun. Using that metaphor, servants are cannons. Using a large amount of gunpowder, they fire a large bullet.
That's right. Servants aren't given their mana by nature. They act with the magical energy inside them. We masters support them, so servants can only use their powers using their own magical energy plus the magical energy of their master. But that means an amateur master like you would be no match for other masters, right? So there's a loophole. Well, I guess you could call it an obvious answer. Servants can supplement their magical energy from other sources. Servants are spirits, so they can get nourishment from eating things that are like them.
Nourished by eating things that are like them. Things like them? You mean spirits? But what kind of spirits would they eat?
Feed the members. It's a simple answer. Nature's spirits obtain power from nature itself. So where do you think servants, human spirits, get their power from?
Oh. It is a simple answer. As we humans eat meat, then human spirits...
Exactly. Usually they replenish enough magical energy from their master. But it's obvious that one gets more magical energy from many people rather than just one person, right? To put it bluntly, a weak master makes his servant eat humans. Servants transform human emotions and souls into magical energy. That is the most efficient way to make your servant more powerful. There are many masters who kill humans as sacrifices for their servant.
Sacrifices? So you're saying that if a master didn't care about his methods, he would kill humans to make his servant stronger?
Yes, but I don't think a smart master would do such a thing. You see, even if servants are powerful, there is a limit to their magical energy capacity. They can't store magical energy over their capacity. So there is a limit to how much they can kill and collect magical energy. The association wouldn't ignore you if you went around killing people, and most of all, other masters might figure out your servant's abilities and identify them from the cause of death, not to mention the identity of the master as well. It is highly advantageous in the Holy Grail War to keep your identity a secret, so a normal master should be stingy about using their servant.
You see, certainly if nobody knows that you're a master, there's no danger of other masters attacking you. Conversely, if you know who the other masters are, you could definitely pull a surprise attack on them. By that theory, there won't be many masters that would have their servants attack humans that reveal their identity. I'm glad, then there's no problem. I mean servants who won't indiscriminately attack humans without orders from their master.
Right. They're heroes, right? Someone who would go out and kill people wouldn't be called a hero in the first place. Well, no, I can't really say that for sure.
Yeah, that line hasn't aged well.
There are many examples of people becoming heroes just because they were a mass murderer.
Jack, for instance. Tosaka makes an ominous comment, as it seems to be your true feelings rather than just sarcasm. A bit of strain in her personality might be showing.
Let's get back to the conversation. So, what are you going to do? Since you don't want to kill people, you're just going to watch, is that right?
I take back what I said. She really has a bad personality. She's a real bully, putting me on the spot and asking me that with a smile. I'll just have to stop them. The masters will calm down once they lose their servants, right?
Unbelievable. You say you won't go out and kill other masters, but you also say you'll kill them if they do anything bad. Emiya-kun, do you realize you're contradicting yourself?
Yeah, I know it's selfish, but I can't think of any other choices. It won't change my decision no matter how much you argue against it.
But there's one problem with that. Can I tell you what it is?
She's plotting something with that with that face. She's definitely plotting something. But as a man, I have to listen. Okay, what is it?
Do you remember the master yesterday? The girl who was talking about killing you and me?
How can I forget? They attacked us mercilessly.
That girl will come and kill us. I think you know that too.
I see. That girl is a master too. Since she knows Tosaka and I are masters, she will come and attack us someday. I don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow, but I do know it's a death sentence. At least I know I can't stop such a monster.
Her servant, Berserker, is on a different level. You can't match it, being an inexperienced master. You say you won't do anything except to defend yourself, but you won't even be able to do that.
Sorry, but you wouldn't be able to beat it either, right?
I wouldn't be able to beat it head-on. It's the most powerful servant in hand-to-hand combat. I don't think any previous servant could match it. Even I wouldn't be able to escape if Berserker attacked me.
I feel the same way. I don't think I'll get another chance if it attacks me again. Unconsciously, I place my hand on my stomach. The wound on my stomach is healed now. No, you couldn't call it a wound. It was pretty much instant death. My nausea returns just at the thought of taking another blow like that.
That's right. Do you get it? You can't choose to wait until the Holy Grail War is over without doing anything.
Yeah, I get it, but what are you trying to say? I don't quite understand. You're not having fun watching me being condemned to death, right? Or are you?
I don't have such bad taste. Jeez, don't you get it after I've said so much? In short, I'm asking you if you want to join up with me.
If I take that at face value, that's... Join up, you mean me and Tosaka?
Yes. My archer received a fatal wound and is healing right now. It will take a while for him to heal fully, but he should still be about half as useful. and there are no problems with your servant. But her master is dragging her down, so she is half as useful as well. See? It adds up fine.
Huh, not that bad.
Even though you've almost died 3 times from what I know of, I think you're the first person I've ever seen almost die 3 times in one day.
But that's...
I'll compensate you for the alliance. I'll forgive you for beating Archer, and I'll teach you about being a master. Oh, and if we have time, I can look at your skills as a magus. How about it?
Ugh, that certainly is an attractive proposal. As I don't know anything, Tosaka would be a reliable teacher. And if I can help it, I don't want to fight against Tosaka. Not because she's a girl I admired at school. In fact, if I didn't know her like this, I wouldn't have felt this much resistance. Tosaka right in front of me is so different from how people describe her as an honor student. But talking to her, she is just Tosaka, and it seems she's just as she appears. Well, in other words, I'm saying I find her so much more attractive this way that I'm wondering why I even have to tell myself this.
Amiya-kun? I want to hear your answer.
You're just my response. Okay, so this choice is interesting. So, if we say not to, we don't immediately get to a bad end. Instead, we're going to prematurely get sent to the Unlimited Blade Works route, and then, like a day and a half later, we'll be forced into a bad end. So, we could go through that, but we'll have to repeat those scenes later anyway. So,
Nah then.
yeah.
But man, I feel bad for Sakura already.
Actually, let me just show you like what it looks like, because there's like a brief scene here that we wouldn't see otherwise. So I'll just show you and then revert back before we move on. Sorry, but I can't. It should be something I don't even need to think about. I'm a novice, and Tosaka is at her full potential as a master and a magus. Considering the events yesterday, it'd be smarter to join up with Tosaka, but...
Emiya-kun, I want to hear your response.
I feel like I'm being too hasty joining up with someone right now. I don't think Tosaka is out to trick me, but I should figure out the situation first. Or else I won't be able to judge what's right and what's wrong. I'm sorry, Tosaka. I'm glad you're worried about me, but I can't give you the response you want. This is a serious matter, you know. I feel I shouldn't rush to a decision. I look directly back at her and answer. Tosaka narrows her eyes a bit and nods emotionlessly.
Then, the negotiation has failed. Well, you have a point too. If you really do want to win, you can't trust anyone.
That's not it. I trust you, Tosaka. It's just that I can't decide on my own. If I'm Saber's master, I can't make a promise without her consent.
I see. That is true. You are a master now.
Giving a nod of understanding, Tosaka turns away. She leaves, her hair fluttering behind her. And the girl who could have been my ally turns and...
Goodbye. We will be enemies the next time we meet.
Like the girl Ilya, leaves a cold warning. Alright. I take a quick breath and consider my current situation. I haven't had time to sit down and think since the incident last night. When I saw the battle between Lancer and Archer, I had my chest pierced by Lancer. I returned home after I was somehow saved. I was attacked once again by Lancer, and I was saved by Saber and became a master. What I heard at the church, the murderous battle called the Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail that grants any wish, supposedly given to the winner. There are many things I don't know about, but I definitely have a guide. Yeah, I need to go and talk to Saber first. I look around the house. I look around where someone could be, all the guest rooms, but I cannot find Saber. That's weird. She's in that outfit, so you think it'd be easy to find her. Even saying that, I can't find Saber anywhere. It seems servants can become spirits, but I can't do that. No, first of all, even though they call me master, I don't know anything about her. I don't understand who she is or know how she exists. The only thing I understand is no matter how superior their existence may be, they still get hurt in a fight and they bleed as if they're wounded. Oh, Saber's in the silent dojo. Her appearance is different from yesterday's. Sitting in a Japanese style wooden floor, she's not wearing her armor. She's changing to refined clothes that suit her well, and she sits silently. I lose my voice at the figure. With her back straight and sitting Japanese style with her eyes closed, Saber looks beautiful. Her state melting into silence reminds me of pure water. And that removes the last doubts within me. Even if she is a servant, I think she is holy. So, I should not follow the wrong path with her. Saber, I call out. Saber slowly opens her eyes and returns my gaze. It's a
You
millennium.
are awake, Shiro.
It's the millennium, or I forget what it's called. It's the Mystic Code in FGO. Memorial Blonde. The calm voice. Her voice echoing through the dojo as if permeating it is surprisingly suited to this place. Yeah, I just got up. What were you doing here?
I was resting. I cannot treat you, so I thought I would get myself into perfect condition.
Saber says so while looking at me. Well, I feel tension different from the one I felt with Tosaka.
Shiro? What is it? Could it be that your body is still...
No, there's no problem. I'm just perplexed for my own reasons, so don't worry. Take a step back, shaking my head. Looking away from Saber, who's tilting her head questioningly, I calm down my pounding heart. Calm down, what am I so tense about? I take a deep breath, but it doesn't seem to die down quickly. In fact, I don't think it ever will. Jeez, why has she changed? I complain without meaning to. Saber's clothes are so real that they make me conscious of her womanhood, whether I like it or not. She's terribly beautiful. I thought I figured that out yesterday, but she really hits me with it now. If she dresses so much like a girl, as a healthy guy, I'm troubled.
Shiro?
I tense up the moment our eyes meet. But I didn't look for her so as to not talk to her. I'm troubled, but I can't stay quiet forever. All right, may I, Saber? It'll be the first time we sit down and talk. I make up my mind to talk to her. And then,
Shiro? Before that, there is something I would like to tell you about last night.
she interrupts my words uh, with a sullenness that makes her earlier calmness seem like an illusion. All right, what is it?
It is about last night. You are my master. It is troubling if you take such an action. Battle is my work, so you must concentrate on your role. If you go and die in vain yourself, there is no way I can protect you.
Saber says so clearly. That makes the tension I was feeling vanish. What do you mean? You would have been slashed if I didn't do that.
In that case, I would have just died. It was not something you should have been hurt for. I will repeat myself. Please do not take such an action again. There is no need for my master to protect me. and there is no reason for it either.
What? Don't be stupid. You don't need a reason to save a girl. Maybe she was surprised at being yelled at, but she pauses for a moment as if I've done something unexpected. And then she stares at me with indescribable dignity. I back up a bit, back up a bit, being stared at. Her looks make me realize that I've said something really out of place, and it embarrasses me. Anyway, I'm grateful that you brought me home. I'll thank you for that. I thank her while looking away. It's awkward to think that to thank her in the first place, but it's even more awkward to thank her in this situation. But still, before anything, I have to thank her for helping me.
You are welcome. It is natural for a servant to protect her master, but I am happy to be thanked. You are very polite.
No, I'm not polite. So there's something I need to clarify right now. Going back to our conversation, Saber. Oh, asked formally, can I call you Saber?
Yes. Since I have formed a contract with you, as a servant, I am your sword. I will follow your orders, defeat your enemies, and protect you.
Saber says so without the slightest hesitation. There's no room for me to question her about that. Become my sword, huh? To win this Holy Grail war?
Is that not why you have summoned me?
No, I only summoned you by chance. As you know, I'm only an amateur magus. I'm sorry, but I don't have the knowledge or the power of a master. I've decided to fight, so I'll fight. I'm an unskilled master, but are you okay with that?
Of course. You are my master, Shiro. This fact will not change. A servant does not have the freedom to choose its master.
I see. Then I should try to respond to her with the best of my ability. Alright, so you're content that I'm your master?
Yes, but Shiro, I will not allow defeat for my master. If you have no choice, if you have no chance of victory, I will make one for you. I will use every means possible to have you obtain the Holy Grail. We servants do not serve the masters without compensation. We serve you because we also desire the Holy Grail.
Huh? Hold on, Holy Grail, you mean you want that too? Wait, you want
Did he
two?
just forget his conversation
Yeah.
with Rin? Of course. Draw. The only ones who can touch the Holy Grail in spirit form are we servants, who are also spirits. The master that wins the Holy Grail War will obtain the Holy Grail through the medium of their servant. After that, the servant that served the winning master will have its wish granted in compensation. That is the relationship between masters and servants.
I see. Now that she says it, it's obvious something like a heroic spirit would never obey a mere human being. Since they have their own objectives, they serve the master in exchange. That means Saber has a wish she wants granted. This is why Saber has no doubts and declares that she will fight, even with an amateur master like me. Alright, then can I ask you something? The Masters of Magus said summon servants, right? That's fine, but I don't quite understand you guys. Like, Saber and Lancer, I know those aren't your real names.
Yes, those are only the names of the classes given to us. Alright, I shall describe it briefly since we have the chance. We servants are heroic spirits. We have each won fame during our lives, or have accomplished some great deed beyond human ability. Whatever the means, we are beings that have reached the rank of gods with our own strength. That doesn't even need to be said.
Oh wait, I think that's... Yeah. That doesn't need to be said. Heroic spirits and heroes are that had supernatural abilities when they were alive, who are worshipped after their deaths and promoted into the ranks of spirits instead of becoming ghosts.
That is also our disadvantage. As we are heroes, our weaknesses have been recorded. Revealing our names, revealing our identity, means revealing our weaknesses.
I see. Heroes usually do have opponents they're weak against. So, why you're hiding your real name and using... That's why you're hiding your real name and using the name Saber?
Yes, however, I am not called Saber only for that reason. There are 7 servants called forth by the Holy Grail, and every one of these is selected according to their class.
Class? You mean like Saber and Archer?
Yes, summoning a true heroic spirit is already almost a miracle. To summon 7 is too much, even for the Holy Grail. As a solution, the Holy Grail prepared 7 vessels in advance, and only calls forth heroic spirits compatible with these vessels. Those are the 7 classes.
As she's saying this.
Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker.
So, little interesting note here. In Fate Grand Order, when you organize your servants by class, this is actually the order they're in.
The Holy Grail calls forth from all times the heroic spirits, with abilities corresponding to each of these classes. And those who receive these classes are called servants.
I see. You are a heroic spirit skilled with swords, so you were summoned as a saber?
Yes, there are heroic spirits that have multiple attributes, but I believe I am the best when it comes to swords.
How many classes has she been summoned into at this point?
Yep.
In fact, I think literally all of them except Alter Ego and Moon Cancer. And Shielder, I guess, but that's unique.
But that is also the weakness of the Saber class. Since I am not a magus, I can only defeat your enemies as your sword.
So you're not well suited to trickery. No, I don't think that's a weakness. You're that powerful, so that should be enough, right?
Shiro, you cannot win this war just by being strong in battle. For instance, if your enemy is stronger than you in combat, what will you do?
Huh? Well, if I knew I couldn't beat them in combat, I'd have to do something about without fighting. Having said that much, I understand. If the enemies are strong, you wouldn't fight a proper battle. Beating opponents with your sword isn't the only way to fight. If you can't beat an enemy with your sword, all you have to do is beat them some other way.
Exactly. If your enemy finds out you are skilled in combat, your enemy will most likely not challenge you in combat. And in that sense, servants that lack ability will use any means possible. The servant assassin has low attributes, but has a special ability to hide its presence, and the servant caster is versed in magic that does not exist in this age. You cannot be optimistic because of a mere difference in power. And on top of that, we have our noble phantasms. No matter what kind of servant we are, as heroic spirits, we have our guaranteed fatal attack.
So, also another hidden gameplay thing in FGO. Assassins and casters actually have lower base attack power than other classes. Noble Phantasm? That's not a term I've ever heard. I think I might know what it means from the sound of it, though.
Noble phantasms are special weapons carried by servants. Weapons like Lancer's lance, Archer's bow, and my sword are such. Heroes are not called heroes by themselves. Heroes have weapons that symbolize them and make them a hero. The hero and his weapon are one, so those who became heroic spirits each wield a powerful weapon. That is the noble phantasm, the trump card for servants, and the thing we must take the most care of.
Saber says that noble phantasms are weapons that heroes wielded when they were alive. I recall that blue knight. The lance that absorbs magical energy from the air and pierced Saber's chest with incredible movements. That was certainly not something fit for humans. The lance itself carries a strong curse, but I also felt a strange amount of magical energy in the word Lancer said back then. Then could it be? Saber, are noble phantasms magics? Lancer's lance certainly seemed like a lance with history, but the lance itself wasn't extraordinary. But that lance went beyond the realm of weapons with his words. Isn't that some sort of magic?
Yes, noble phantasms are certainly similar to magic. For example, Lancer's lance itself is a noble phantasm, but it demonstrates its full potential only when he puts magical energy into it and says its true name. A noble phantasm could be called a materialized divine mystery. As spells are necessary to activate magic, recitement of the true name is necessary to awaken and activate the noble phantasm. But there is also a danger in that, by saying the true name of the noble phantasm, the identity of the servant is revealed.
Oh yeah, heroes and their weapons are one. If you know the weapon's name, you naturally know the identity of the owner. Well, sometimes. Saber nods silently. That's why the noble phantasm is a trump card. In exchange for revealing the name, it launches an unavoidable fatal blow. But when it does not prove fatal, the servant will expose all its weaknesses. And Saber, is your noble phantasm that invisible sword?
Yes, but I have not revealed its identity yet. No, no servant should know my true name at this point.
Saying that, Saber looks down awkwardly for a second.
Shiro, I have a request about that matter.
Huh? What kind of request?
About my real name. Usually servants give their true names to their master only, to determine future plans. But you are inexperienced as a magus. A superior magus would be able to read your mind, so...
Oh, so you can't tell me your real name? Yeah, you're right. Like hypnotism, suggestion, or, well, I don't think there'd be any, but if any other master has mystic eyes, I might just start babbling about it. He knows about mystic eyes? Alright, let's do that. I'll rely on you to decide when to use your noble phantasm.
Can you really decide that so quickly?
What? It wasn't easy. I thought it through. I agreed after thinking about it, so don't worry. Well, I get most of this stuff, but I still don't have a grasp of the situation. Hey Saber, do servants and masters have some sort of mark? I don't really know what I should be doing.
I find it funny how he's asking stuff that Rin and Kotomine kind of talked to him about earlier.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, I forgot about everything last night, so
Yeah.
refresh. No, unfortunately, there is no clear way to distinguish them. But if other servants are near, servants are able to sense them. All the more if they are materialized. Servants themselves are powerful magics. I'm sure you felt Berserker's presence.
That could be true, but it's bad to be able to tell only when you're attacked. I need to at least know before the approach. so I can take some sort of countermeasure.
Then, how about searching for the Master's presence? Masters are magi. Since they use magic for a living, they will leak magical energy. If you search for that, you may be able to determine the Masters in this town.
Sorry, unfortunately I can't do that sort of thing. After all, I didn't even realize the real identity of Tosaka, who goes to the same school as I do. We were in the same building for 2 hours, and on top of that, I've seen her several times. Geez, no wonder people call me an amateur. The only evidence of me even a master is this command spell. It seems there will be a lot of difficulties ahead. I sigh, and then...
Shiro, could you close your eyes for a moment?
Saber speaks with a serious face. Close my eyes. Why?
To prove that you are a master, just close your eyes and breathe normally.
I close my eyes. I feel something slightly touching my forehead. Hey, it's prickling. Could this be the end of her sword? Saber, hold on. Are you doing something weird?
Master, please stay silent and concentrate on my fingertip. If you are a magus, you should be able to feel my magical energy.
I see. So it's Saber's finger that's touching me. I pull myself together and calm down.
Like, are her nails that sharp or something? Feels like a sword.
Then, what is this? Saber, what was that?
It's not something you should be asking me. You and I are connected by our contract, so it's only natural for you to be able to understand my status.
Understand? You mean what happened just now? Is it not? Oh.
I do not know how you saw it. It is your standard that measures the servant's ability. Some masters classify according to color, and some classify according to animals. So in other words, you perceive it in a way most comprehensible for you. This is a standard concept for a master, so please check frequently. Like me, once you see someone, you shall understand their details.
I see. I was a bit surprised it was so sudden, but I might be able to act a bit more like a master now.
Master, I have simplified things, but that is all the explanation I can give you.
Okay, it was quick, but I get it now. Sorry, Saber.
You should not be sorry. If you understand the situation, you should be deciding what to do from now on.
She asked me, leaning forward. I see. Saber is the same type as Tosaka. Attack first. Well, we don't do anything different. I don't have the will to go out and beat other masters like Tosaka.
Chiro, it does not make sense. Do you not have the will to obtain the Holy Grail as a master?
Saber narrows her eyes. They're the calm eyes of a swordsman who allows no disagreement. I stare back, trying not to lose, and clearly tell her my intentions. I do, but that's only because I don't want anyone evil obtaining it. I have no reason to want the Holy Grail for myself. But that doesn't mean I will not fight. I'm a magus, even if I'm an amateur. I understand I can't back out of this now. I know I can't survive this without doing anything.
Then, you are saying you are fighting not to obtain the Holy Grail, but rather to prevent the conflict resulting from the Holy Grail?
Yeah, I guess you could put it like that. Yeah, I think that's what I mean. I can't put it into clear words, but such a fight is worth something, right? That's right. I don't feel anything towards the Holy Grail. But for a reason like that, I think I can fight with all my power and with pride.
I do not understand. You say that you are a magus. Then you should desire the almighty Holy Grail. Does a magus not must that not master magic because he has a wish he cannot make come true?
What are you saying? I have no unfulfillable wishes. I do have lots of things that I have to do, though. That's right. So for now, I shouldn't try my hardest. I should try my hardest not to involve any unnecessary people.
Then you are saying you do not want the Holy Grail? That you will not fight to obtain it?
I didn't say that. Since I'm fighting, I do intend to obtain the Holy Grail.
That is a contradiction. Why do you desire something that you have no need for, going so far as fighting?
Well, because when he means obtaining the Holy Grail, and most of all, you need it, right? So we have to obtain it. Yeah, I don't know what kind of people the other masters are. Some of them may be really good people, but I've decided to be your ally. So if you say you want the Holy Grail, it's only natural to help you with all my power, right? Well, it's only a second-hand ideal from my father, but he said I should be selfish. I should be selfish to become a superhero. It's pointless to support everybody, so he told me to only ally with people I like and trust. I never thought that way before, but I think that's how it should be now. I can't do something like fighting for myself. But if I can fight for you, then that's good. And to be honest, if that girl seriously yearns for it, it's only natural to want to obtain it for her. Well, I am a guy, you know.
Then, are you saying you will not fight if I give up the Holy Grail?
That's a problem. If Saber says that, all my premises will crumble. No, it would still be the same. I said I'll fight, so I won't run. This is for certain, Saber. I declare this, looking her in the eye. Saber does not answer immediately, but looks up at me after letting out a deep breath.
I understand, if you say so as a master. I will only obey. My goal is the Holy Grail, and even if your goal is to stop the conflict, our destinations are the same. But, Shiro...
Saber stops, with eyes that seem to be gazing upon something far away.
I cannot clearly put this into words, but you will regret it later on. You will surely regret it.
She says those words. Oh, yep. Yeah, so now we have this screen. We have stat sheets and everything.
Wow!
I should check to see if this...
Berserker?
Hey, what was that?
Can you click on Berserker since we met him?
Yep. Oh yeah, actually, aside from the basic stats, there's also some other stuff here. Ability to feel the best course for oneself during combat. This heightened sixth sense is now close to precognition. It reduces by half of any obstacle to vision and hearing. Good old mana burst. It's transferred magical energy into one's weapon and body, and by releasing the magical energy instantaneously, it increases one's ability. Simply said, it is a magical energy jet propulsion. Saber uses this magical energy for her sword techniques, guarding and movement. Because of her great magical energy capacity, she can fight Berserker even though she is a girl of small size. A normal weapon without strong divine protection will not be able to endure her magical energy field attack. It'll be destroyed with one blow. Also, all of her attack cards change to Buster for one turn. I don't think I'm going to read all of these, but let me just take a look through them. The ability to stay alive.
I love it.
Yeah, that's actually the guts skill. Mind's Eye, that's the evade skill. Divinity. Let's see, Lancer battle continuation. Yep.
Ooh, evade.
Yeah. It's actually not his evade skill. His I don't think we'll learn it until later, but his evade skill is protection from arrows.
That is so specific.
Yeah. Archer we have no information on yet. I guess because Shiro didn't really get a chance to look at Archer. We don't know who Ryder is, or Caster, or Assassin. Okay. Oh, wait, wasn't there more here? Oh yeah, there's oh yeah, we have like the full like profile thing.
That's cute how it has
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Let's see, Noble Phantasm. Unknown. Let's see, do we get his? To dodge Gable, one does not need agility, but instead the ability to change his fate before Gable is executed. Luck is the most important. Yeah, this game was the first time I'd ever heard of Kukulane. Like, they've got 9 pages for him. Jeez.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Saber, we got nothing. Oh yeah, so it says her noble phantasm right now is invisible air. See, at this point, when I first played the game, like I genuinely had no idea who she could be because this was the first thing I saw for the series.
Mm-hmm. Invisible air, though.
Yeah. She actually says that in English in FGO with some of her attack lines, I think. Okay, so let's continue. We skipped breakfast. Actually, I think I forgot we're still on the. No, wait. Trying to Yeah, we skipped breakfast and it's noon already, so we won't decide to eat lunch. Saber can't turn to a spirit like Archer. I'm not sending her magical energy like all the other masters are doing. Yeah, actually, we're gonna get to the Unlimited Blade Works thing soon, so I should probably just revert now. Because if we actually, the scene we just went through with Saber, like, we're gonna get that anyway from the going the correct way. So again, like if we had kept going, we would have just gone straight through the normal Unlimited Blade Works route until reaching a point where we would normally be able to make a choice, but then it skips that choice and sends you right to the bad ending.
Emiya-kun, I want to hear answer.
Looks like there might have been like a slightly different line when choosing the when we get to that bad ending, but it's not worth going through it a second time. So, all right, let's cooperate. There's no choice from the start. There are too many things I don't know, and I'm unskilled as a magus. Even if it's temporary, Tosaka is going to give me a hand. I don't think there's any better option. Alright, I'll take that offer, Tosaka. Honestly, it would... It would really help me if you do so.
Then it's decided. Let's shake hands. For now, let's stay allies until we beat Berserker.
Oh, I see. That's how it'll be, huh? I guess it can't be helped, but that's easier to understand. I shake her hand. I'm a bit perplexed. The instant I feel Tosaka's soft hand, I realize she's a girl. In comparison, my hand covered in scratches from messing around with stuff is ill-suited. The instant I think so, I pulled back, embarrassed.
What? You don't want to cooperate with me after all?
No, it's not that. It's a real help to be able to ally with you. It's not that, so don't worry about it. After making a puzzled face,
Oh.
she makes a malicious expression. What? I'll take back the agreement if you say something stupid. I will. I really will.
Was that the first time you've held a girl's hand? You seem to have lots of friends, but you're actually shy, Shido.
No, it's not that, but... I'm just embarrassed because it was Tosaka, but... I can never say such a thing, and certainly I've never touched a girl so strongly before. Well, Fujine is an exception. She's more like someone from a different planet than from a different sex. Hey, hold on. Wasn't there something weird in what she just said?
You really do show your feelings on your face, like I've heard. Well, I won't ask you about it for now. It won't be a problem if I poke fun at you and you get sulky. Then here's a deposit. I'll give you this, so think of it as proof of our alliance.
Tosaka puts a book on the table. Looks just like a diary. There's no title, and it is wine red. The color seems to suit Tosaka.
It's my father's, but I'll give it to you since I don't need it anymore. It's not something a full master needs, but I thought you might need it.
Tosaka's eyes tell me to take a look. Then, excuse me, I open up to a random page. Then... Oh, so... There's nothing written in the book, but a strange image pops into my head. That's interesting. Tosaka, what is this?
It's the status of each of the servants. You already know the Holy Grail War has its set rules, right? It's the same for the servants. First of all, only 7 heroic spirits are summoned. Those 7 can be summoned only after they become one of the predetermined classes that the Holy Grail has prepared in advance. Instead of bringing the actual heroic spirit, it made a class similar to the spirit and called it into that. Spiritual spells, which call forth spirits, put the spirit in the caster's body, right? It's like that. To call for the spirit from a different time frame, it's easier to prepare a case for them in advance.
Class. Oh, that's why Saber is Saber.
That's right, I told you. Heroic spirits need to hide their identity, right? That's why they will never say their real names, naturally. The summoned class becomes their name.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same exposition, so I'm going to skip through this next bit of dialogue. Yeah. Right, spirit, we're not live. Oh, this is new, actually.
There is a change in 1 or 2 of the classes every Holy Grail War, but we have a basic lineup this time. The standard opinion is that Saber is the best servant. Each class has their own special characteristics, but the abilities of the servants differ according to the rank of the heroic spirit summoned.
So even back this far, they established that there were more than 7 classes. Interesting. Rank of the heroic spirits, you mean how strong they were when they were alive?
That also. But what strengthens their ability is their popularity. What they did and what weapons they had do not change, but their basic abilities change depending on how famous they are in this time. Heroic spirits are like gods, so they grow stronger the more people worship them. I guess you can see it solidifies their presence. It's the same as divine spirits falling to the rank of spirits when they lose their faith. Heroes that are forgotten by the people do not have much power. But then, even if they are forgotten or unknown, if he was originally a powerful hero, I think he can keep his powers to some extent.
And if it's a hero everyone knows, and if their story was extraordinary,
They would undoubtedly be a rank A servant. Berserker might be the strongest in that regard too. After all, he is the most famous hero in Greek mythology. The heroes from the Age of Gods have special noble phantasms just because of that. And if the hero itself is strong to add to that, there's nothing much we can do.
Tosaka, what is this? Noble Phantasm Exposition. Let's skip through that.
Ah, yes, the invisible sword.
Yeah. Just so the popularity boost is like an interesting bit of lore that doesn't actually get used much in FGO. Like, you'd think Blackbeard would be more than a 2-star. Okay, this is new.
Right. To be blunt, heroes themselves cannot match powerful spells or divine mysteries. But it's a different story when the noble phantasms come in. Heroes wielding noble phantasms can even defeat spirits of several ranks higher. It's because most holy and demonic swords appearing in legends are close to the level of sorcery. Swords that kill dragons, which are the most powerful Fantasia race, shoes that run far and wide, and even god-killing demonic swords. Anyways, the weapons heroes have are so extraordinary, it makes you wonder how they cannot be almighty. I'm not overstating saying that the battle between servants is concentrated in the battle between the noble phantasms.
So servants that are heroic spirits have at least one noble phantasm?
Yes, as a general rule, one hero can only hold one noble phantasm. Usually something like a sword or a spear. There's this weapon called the Mountain Destroying Sword in China, right? You can only swing it once, but it's a magical sword, so one swing will even destroy a mountain and such. I think it's kind of like that. Does anyone in Fate have that weapon?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I don't know if that's ever come up.
Mountain Destroying Sword.
It sounds like something that would be in Journey to the West, but I don't recall that in the bit of it that I've read. Or it's been a while, so I could just be forgetting something, but...
However, noble phantasms are miracles that need to be activated by saying their true name, so it's not something they can use easily. Okay, mentioning that part.
Yep, let's see. You know the weapon, you know the servant.
That concludes the lecture on servants. You should learn the details if you read that book, so take a look at it when you have time. If you get used to it, you should be able to identify the servant from intuition without the book.
Saying that, Tosaka stands up. So it's interesting that on one timeline he gets the stat sheet from Saber pointing his finger at him, and here he gets it from a book.
Well then, I'm heading home.
Huh? Yeah, thanks. I look up at Tosaka, who's about to leave.
Don't take this the wrong way, even though we're cooperating right now. Our position, We will eventually have to fight, once all the other masters are dead, or even if they are alive. This fact will not change.
So,
So, it'll be easier if you don't think of me as human, Emiya-kun.
clearly stating her position, Tosaka goes home. Is it because Tosaka went home and my attention disappeared? My body feels dull, so I lay down in the living room. I stave off the returning nausea by lying on my side. The clock ticks in the silent living room. Fight between masters, huh? I still don't understand what it is. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's beyond me. It would feel more real if I had more interest in the Holy Grail. Why, I wonder? All I feel towards the Holy Grail is disgust. Grail said to make wishes come true. I don't know what kind of thing it is, but it's an artifact that it could even summon these things called servants. It might not go as far as granting any wish, but it should have more than enough value for any magus to want it. But still, I'm not interested in it. It's true that I'm dubious about its reality, but accepting that easy way to reach a goal feels like cheating myself. And the worst aspect of this thing is that the selection method is a battle. But this is a fight for a single chair. No matter what your expectations are, as long as you enter it, you can't survive unless you defeat your enemies. Depending on your methods, defeating other masters might result in harm to innocent people. That's why rejoice, Emiyashiro. My reason for fighting is not to win the Holy Grail War. Your wish will finally come true. It is to stop those that would try to win it by any means possible. I feel dizzy again. It's only natural. Even if it appears to be back to normal, my body was almost split in half a few hours ago. There's no way the sickness will go away quickly. It seems more likely that it'll continue for the rest of my life. Because I was almost killed 3 times in a day. Someone weak joins a battle, it's natural for him to get hurt. As compensation for my lack of strength, I almost lost my body. And she was wounded protecting me. I get up. Oh yeah, her. What am I doing? I totally forgot about her because Tosaka was here. No, I unconsciously avoided thinking about her. Coward. I've been avoiding recalling the girl who was wounded because of me. The one that was bleeding miserably because of me. Tosaka didn't say the most important thing. I pulled my resting body together and stand up. Tosaka didn't say anything about Saber. She said she and Saber brought me here, but she said nothing more. In fact, they need to know most if she, the one wounded by Berserker, is alright or not. Gah. Look through the house, bearing the dizziness. Look around where someone could be at all the guest rooms, but I cannot find Saber. That's weird. She's in that outfit, so you'd think it'd be easy to find her. Those, yeah, same lines here. If you give a guy a gun that's only used old guns, a brand new weapon, he wouldn't know how to use it. I complain. Well, the lucky thing is, this tank has an autopilot function. Even if the driver is terrible, the tank will fight on its own. Angry at my thoughts, I hit my head against the wall. How rotten of me, idiot. That was such an impolite complaint. I apologize to the blonde-haired girl in my head. Now I feel like I have to find her and confirm her safety. She's not here either. Search for the house. It's a big house, but I didn't play hide-and-seek here with Fujine as a kid for nothing. I know the efficient way to search for this search this place. If I haven't found her after searching this much, then The yard, the shed, or... There's several possibilities, but I didn't even consider the possibility that she's not here anymore. She said she would protect me, so I don't think she would leave this place. Maybe. It suddenly hits me. Not the house, the yard, nor the shed where we first met. But to think of it, there is another large building in this place. She must be there. I hurry. I head to the dojo, separated from the main building. I'm a bit tense. If she's not here, I'll have to admit that she's gone. That makes me realize the inconsistency. Even though I know nothing about her, I want her to stay. Okay, for a room with nothing unnecessary. A dojo built only to train oneself in the silent place in the faint sunlight. I should get a CG this time. Saber is sitting there naturally. The space is filled with tranquility. The sunlight shining in is white, and it makes her and the dojo into one. I can see nothing amiss in her dignified posture. Just by sitting there, she stiffens the air in the dojo. But there's nothing cold about it. It's because her figure was so pure, it makes me forget even about the cold winter air. Even the sound of my breath is a nuisance. The girl sitting Japanese style in the corner of the dojo was definitely the girl from last night. The girl who appeared just before I was killed by Lancer, and the girl that mercilessly slashed him with her sword. Her golden hair that was reflecting the blue moonlight is now one with the warm sunlight. That really makes me remember. This is exactly what I felt when I first saw her. The girl clad in armor, slashing her sword to silently overwhelm her opponent. I wasn't surprised by how out of the world the scene was. It doesn't matter what she's wearing. It probably wouldn't change even if she was covered in mud. The girl that moved me deeply is still in front of me. This is why I forget even to breathe and continue to stare at her. Forgetting about Masters, the Holy Grail War, and everything. In this instant, I've completely accepted Saber. I do not know how long it was. Saber opens her eyes as if awakening from sleep. Oh, my disappointed voice echoes loudly through the dojo. Saber stands up, perhaps noticing the sound. I walk towards her, still not knowing what to say.
You are awake, Shiro.
A calm voice. Her voice, echoing through the dojo as if permeating it, is surprisingly suited to this place. Yeah, I just got up. Answer with a dull head.
Shiro, you seem pale. Are you feeling ill?
The golden-haired girl approaches me. No, I feel really good. I quickly step back to get away from Saber. Looking away from Saber, who is tilting her head questioningly, I calm down my pounding heart. Calm down, what am I so tense about? I take a deep breath. But it doesn't seem to die quickly. In fact, I don't think it ever will. Jeez, why has she changed? I complain without meaning to. Saber's clothes have changed dramatically since yesterday. She's wearing normal clothes, completely unlike her armor. It's rather unexpected, and I'm troubled by it. I remember her admiring her beauty. Yeah. Yep.
Shiro?
I tense up the moment our eyes meet, but I didn't look for her, so it's not to talk to her. I'm troubled, but I can't stay quiet forever. It's Saber, right? This will be the first time we sit down and talk, but I make up my mind to talk to her. And then...
Shiro, before that, there is something I would like to tell you about last night.
She interrupts my words. Yeah, this is about...
Where she tells him off,
yeah,
right? Yep.
Just died, yep. More importantly, this is something I need to clarify right now. Something I should have asked right after I got home yesterday. She really is my servant, and she really is taking part in this war. Oh yeah, it's still, okay. Come back to sword, yep. It's still the same. It's supposed to be a choice coming up in this scene, so I could probably just hit fast forward, but don't want to, just in case something changes. That's it. I'm in. Can't even talk about running away. This will be the last time I talk or think about whining. No matter how the decision came, I have decided to fight. I think that's new.
Shiro?
Oh, it's nothing, but Saber, it's only a small chance of winning if you stay with me. I don't have the power or the brains of Tosaka, so tomorrow might end up like today. Are you okay with that?
Does that mean you lack the will to fight?
I have the will, I just don't have a chance of victory, so I'm asking if you're alright serving such a master. This is a battle I've decided to take on, so... I think it is wrong for someone to get hurt in my place, even though I'm weak, making Saber fight, and... I can't stand letting a scene like that happen again.
You are my master, Shiro. This fact will not change. A servant does not have the freedom to choose its master.
That's true. That's why Saber is my servant right now. Then I shall try my best not to burden her too much. Alright, so you're content I'm your master?
Yes, but Shiro, I will not allow defeat for my master. If you have no chance of victory, I will make one for you. I will use every means possible to have you obtain the Holy Grail. That is why we follow the call of the summoning.
To obtain the Holy Grail, huh? Tosaka said servants also have a wish they want granted. So Saber must be no exception. That is why she has no doubts. But that means... Hold on, Saber. You said any means possible, right? Does that mean you do not care what measures you take to win the war? For example, attacking people to gain power. I cannot finish. Saber is looking at me like I'm an enemy.
Shiro, that is not a possibility. I can only do those things I will allow myself to do. I cannot betray my beliefs. It is against the knight's oath to hurt those who are unarmed. But I must obey if you order so. In that case, you will have to use one of your command spells to compensate for treading against me.
I'm overwhelmed by her angered voice. But still, I'm happy and relieved. Her lack of doubt gave her the image of a cold fighting machine, but I know now that she is not a cold-blooded killer. Yeah, I won't let you do such a thing. As you say, we have to do our best with what we can do. I'm really sorry. I insulted you without realizing it.
No, I just jumped to a hasty conclusion without knowing your intentions. You are not at fault, so please raise your head.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I apologize without realizing it. I raised my head. I don't know what's funny, but Saber has a smile on her face. Well, I'm glad she's smiling, so I won't ask her about it. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I said we'll do whatever we can, right? As one measure, I've decided to cooperate with Tosaka for a while. Remember Archer's Master, who you were with for a while yesterday?
You mean Rin? I see. That is certainly an intelligent choice. There'll be many things you can learn from her, until you become a suitable master.
Thank God. If Saber agrees, I can proudly cooperate with Tosaka. The only other thing I need to ask her right now is... I'm going to save here. Okay, so... if we ask her where she got the clothes, we get a Saber point. However, because of... this game doesn't actually... this route doesn't require Saber points to get a particular ending. If we get too many Saber points, then we miss out on a bad ending. So I think we want to avoid that one.
For now, anyway,
Yeah.
sad.
And if you want to know, I can tell you where she got the clothes. Rin gave them to her. Alright, which heroine is Saber? It would be about Saber's real name. Saber, I heard this from Tosaka already, but servants are magics that summon heroic spirits, right? Then you have a real name that's not your class name, Saber, right?
Yes, the name Saber represents why I am here in this time. It is not a name to represent my real identity.
I see. Then what is your real name? Just like I said, it wouldn't be a battle unless I knew my own servant's real name. Servants are heroic spirits. Their identities are heroes, famous in every age. They hide their identities and the scope of their power with their class names. A servant's real name is something that should be kept hidden, but it is also something the master must know. Because if one does not know which hero the servant is, he does not know the servant's potential. Master and servant are one. They won't be able to fight fully if one keeps a secret from the other. This is why they shouldn't be able to fight fully, but...
Shiro, about that matter, please excuse my rudeness. Summoned servant must immediately inform their master their true name. But I cannot fulfill that oath.
Saber? Why can't you fulfill this oath?
This is what I believe is for the best, no matter how hard you try to hide my name. There are many ways to take the information from you. Since your magic resistance is not high, mental intervention would be simple if the enemy was a superior magus. If you were under spell, my real name could be revealed against your will. I would like to prepare for that, and not have my real name within your knowledge.
This is why she was only ever known as Saber, like, in promotional stuff up until FGO came out. Let's see, I mean, this is basically the same information we had earlier, so... oh wait, no, wait, hold on. Alright, let's keep this as a secret then. We have to take care since I'm inexperienced.
It helps me if you say that. But then, I am not someone that famous. I should be a few ranks below Berserker, and it would not do too much even if my name were revealed.
Saber murmurs in regret. She's being awfully modest about that. That's a bit unexpected. Saber has some human characteristics, and she regrets being inferior to a Berserker. Isn't that alright? A trump is a trump because it's hidden. Your master is weak like this, so I understand that you have to try everything. And Berserker, he's unfair. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and from my point of view, you aren't inferior. You had that big wound, yet you were exchanging blows straight on.
You are right. I suffered defeat last night, but the result should be different once my wound heals.
Yeah, I hope so. I give an empty response and look away. That was a surprise attack. While she smiles, Saber is And then I hear a sound from something heavy falling at the door. Huh? I turn around, wondering what it was. There. It's Tosaka with a big bag at her feet. Huh? My mind freezes. Tosaka, who supposedly went home, is at my dojo. She's wearing normal clothes for some reason. And why does she have that big bag? Huh? What are you here for, Tosaka?
I just went to go get my stuff from my house. It's natural, since I'll be living here from now on. Oh, that's so awkward. Or Sakura.
Live? You mean living in my house?
That's what cooperation means. What? Did you think our talk was... What did you think our talk was about earlier?
I'm so surprised I can't speak. I have to say something back, or something terrible is going to happen, but my head will not function.
Where is my room? If you don't have one prepared, I'll choose one myself.
Still, the unexpected invader mercilessly continues the discussion. Hold on, isn't that bad morally? Look, Tosaka is an idol at my school. Just having her in my house will cause a panic. So having her live here would be crazy, and Fujine would kill me. Or maybe she's planning to drive me insane to reduce the number of masters.
Oh, why don't you prepare a room for her as well? Your servant takes up space, unlike my archer. So you should give her a place to sleep. Well, I wouldn't mind if you guys shared the same bed.
Sharing the bed. That means sleeping in the same bed, right? Of course I won't. What are you saying while I'm not saying anything? I wouldn't do such a thing. Saber is a girl.
You're missing the point, but oh well. That's what Shiro says, Saber. He says he doesn't like to be in the same room with a girl.
Not moving. Saber makes a difficult face.
That's not good, Shiro. Servants are to protect their masters. The hours of sleep are the most crucial time for protecting you, so I cannot protect you unless I am in the same room.
I'm in more trouble even if you say that. What are you thinking? Are you two really girls? Why? Why are you two looking silently at me like that?
Servants are servants, so there's no need to treat them as humans, but I guess it's useless to tell Shiro that.
My mouth about to protest stops. Weird feeling I had when talking with Tosaka in the living room returns. Actually, figured out the cause of this feeling. Hold on, Tosaka. Since when did you start calling me my name?
Oh, am I? I wasn't really conscious of it, so it must have been a while ago.
It was. I think you've been calling me that for a while.
I see. I'll be careful if you don't like it. If you don't like that. But you don't like it?
Tosaka says so plainly without realizing how I'm feeling. Jeez, it's just like you said, Issei. I think Tosaka Rin is a real devil. Fine, call me whatever you like. I don't care. Whichever you prefer is fine.
Really? Then I'll do that. Rin, please do not end the conversation. We have not come up with a solution to the matter of the room for Shiro and I. Oh, of course. But it'll be hard to stay in the same room with Shiro acting like that. There's no point in treating a servant like a human. But why don't you give up since Shiro doesn't want it? That's incorrect. Shiro only said that it would trouble him, and he did not say that he did not want it. Well then, what do you say, Shiro?
Hold on. Why, after only a day, does she keep calling me Shiro like I'm a cat she found? No, that's not the problem, but Saber's room is.
Shiro? I will ask you again. It is a servant's duty to guard you while you sleep. I believe you understand your position as a master.
Even if you glare at me like that, I can't do it. No, I'll prepare a separate room for Saber. I'll try to prepare one as close to mine as possible, so please be happy with that. Scaring me won't work. As a man, I won't surrender to you on this. Saber, you should understand your situation better.
Huh? That is why I'm trying to protect my master as a servant.
No, I mean about yourself. Jeez, if you don't understand, that's fine. If you say any more, I'll make you obey using my command spell. Breathe out hard to intimidate Saber.
It is troubling if you use your command spell for such a thing. Our future is doomed if you use one of the 3 rights to order me not to protect you. Yeah, I'm sure Shiro would be the first and the last master to do that.
Don't be stupid. I don't want to use it for that this either. And
I understand. I will follow my master's plan. But what will you do when you are attacked by an enemy? Servants such as Assassin will close in without letting their presence become known. In such cases, will you be able to protect yourself until I arrive?
well, I can't claim I'll manage. I was able to against Lancer, but that luck won't repeat itself. That would be impossible. This house has a boundary field that alerts us if an enemy enters. We won't be able to avoid a raid, but we should be able to detect a surprise attack. In that case, he would be able to protect... Oh no, whoops, that's Friend.
That would be impossible. This house has a boundary field that alerts us if an enemy enters. We won't be able to avoid a raid, but we should be able to detect a surprise attack. In that case, you would be able to protect him before he was attacked. So you can just go ahead and stay in a room you like. That is certainly true, but... How about next to Shiro's room? Fine if she's not in your room, right, Emiya-kun?
She pronounces the Emiya-kun ostentatiously. Tosaka, that's just sophistry, you know.
It's a sound argument because I'm making it for your sake. Well, which room should I choose?
Tosaka walks to the house with her bag, as if telling us the conversation is over. She looks cheerful, like a student picking her room on a field trip. Perhaps because her actions are so selfish. Saber and I just see her off with a blank amazement. We return to the main building. First of all, I should show her around the house so she can choose her own room. This is the Japanese-style room. The backside has common rooms like the living room and the backyard and the bathroom. And if you follow the open corridor to the outbuilding, you reach the guest rooms. Looks like Tosaka went that way. I explain as they walk. Saber follows me silently without nodding. I'm not sure if she's listening or not.
The map of the house is fine. Where is Shiro's room?
My room is this way. It's somewhat back there.
Then please guide me that way. I must talk to you privately.
Talk to me privately? She doesn't want Tosaka to hear it. Tosaka's in the outbuilding, so I think this place is okay, but she is a master after all. Someone could overhear us, so the open corridor is no place to talk secretly. Here, this is my room.
What? This is Shiro's room?
Hmm? Saber is surprised the moment she walks in. What? I don't think there's anything here that should be too surprising.
No, there is nothing here to surprise me, as there is nothing here. Is this really your room, Shiro?
There's no point lying to you. I only come here to sleep, so it's natural there's nothing here.
I see. I was surprised. I thought you were a more assorted person.
Saber enters the Japanese-style room and touches the wall to check the feel of it. It is a soft gesture, as if she understands the object's memory just by touching it.
I'm relieved. This is a desolate room, but that does not mean it is treated badly. This is a simple but warm place.
Warm? Well, I guess so. I don't know if it's how the house is built, but this place is cool during the summer and warm during the winter. My father always said I took the good room.
Yes. The room is the reflection of its owner, so I was worried about your spirit. But this will not change my impression of you now.
Saber says this with relief, but I don't understand what she wants to say. So, what do you want to talk about privately about?
It is a bad thing. Something I do not want the other masters to know at the very least.
Judging by her expression, the bad thing must be our weakness. I see what you mean. I'll listen seriously, so go ahead.
Yes, about that. This probably is not something we can solve. We servants maintain our body using the magical energy transferred from our masters. That is why servants require a master, but...
I'm an incomplete master, so I don't have enough magical energy for you to maintain your body?
No, it is not a problem that if I receive even a small amount of magical energy from you. But I am not receiving any magical energy from you. The spiritual connection we ought to have is not present.
So that means I, as a gasoline, am not sending any fuel for Saber to work as an engine? Saber, that's...
It's not your fault. I believe something happened during my summoning. Some fault occurred, and the line that should have connected was not connected.
Some problem during the summoning. When Saber appeared, it wasn't anything like a summoning. It was just an accident. Since she was summoned like that, it'd be strange if there weren't anything wrong with her. Hold on, then what's going to happen? Since you can't replenish your magical energy, will you disappear?
Yes, if I use up the magical energy I have, I will not be able to stay in this world. I have battled 3 times already since my summoning. My healing ability is a regeneration magic, so magical energy consumption will increase if I take damage. Let me see. I used about 10 mature Magi's worth of magical energy last night.
I'm astonished. Magical energy is reduced every time she fights, and there's no way to restore it. If she'd already used up that much magical energy, how much longer can she stay in this world?
Do you understand, Master? So I must try to use my magical energy as little as possible. If no magical energy is provided, I must sleep and suppress my magical energy usage.
Sleep, what do you mean your magical energy replenish if you sleep?
I do not know. At the very least, I will not consume any magical energy while I am asleep. So I wish for you to allow me to sleep as much as possible. I will not be able to constantly protect you, but I would like you to understand that this is a measure necessary for us to win.
Oh. I sigh with relief. Thank God. If that's all it is, I'll accept all she wants. Oh yeah, by the way, about her not being able to go into spirit form, that was also true in Fate Zero. Like, if you watch the show again, like, you'll see she never goes into spirit form like the other servants do. If you remember, she had to actually get a plane ticket when they traveled with her to Japan.
Maybe that's just a Saber thing.
Of course, that's alright. You can rest when you get tired. If that allows you to stay longer, that's so much better.
Then I will sleep often from now on. So please do not leave the house while I am doing so. If you are attacked somewhere far from here, I will not be able to come and protect you immediately. It would be a different story if I could leap through space, but servants with such an ability are rare. To call me from a distant place would require backup from the command spell, so I would like you to try to stay near me.
I'm trying to think about how many servants can do that in FGO. I guess like Osakabe Hime. Yeah. As much as I'd like to do that, I can't nod. I can't imagine living with Saber, and most of all, I have my own life as well. I'll try, but are you sure that's all? If you sleep, you...
It should not be a problem. I cannot be certain since this has never happened to me. I did not fight even 7 times last time. Even if I do not defeat them, other servants defeat other servants.
I see, so not everyone has to fight all the other servants. If all goes well, we can end this war pretty easily. The only people I'm going to fight are those with inhuman attitudes. I'm sure that not all of the 7 masters are like that. Tosaka is ready to fight, but she would follow the rules of the Magi. So the 5 remaining masters, if they all have humane attitudes, I won't have to fight. Saber said she didn't even fight 7 times last time, so this time... Huh? Hold on. Even fight 7 times last time? Hold on, Saber, was it Saber 2 last time? No, I mean, were you in the last Holy Grail War as well?
This is the second time I have participated in the Holy Grail War. I was Saber 2 at the time. There are heroic spirits that attribute to several classes, but I only corresponded to the class of Saber.
Bullshit.
At the time, maybe.
Boy. Tosaka mentioned that out of the 7, Saber is the most powerful servant. And this girl is saying she has become that twice in a row. Then did you remain until the end last time?
Of course, I had no constraints last time, so I did not fall to any servants.
Saber says this as if it's just something natural. That makes me realize even more that I've been given a sword I do not deserve. Jeez, then you must be full of complaints with someone like that like me as your master.
I only fulfill the duties given to me. If I can obtain the Holy Grail, I have no complaints about my master.
I see, that's a relief, but still. She was undefeated last time, but she has already suffered 2 wounds this time. In her condition, unable to replenish magical energy, she always has to think about her remaining magical energy. Result of a battle with such a burden was that image of her covered in blood. That image is engraved in my mind. The image of a girl smaller than me, covered miserably in blood.
Shiro, such regret is useless.
Huh? Saber's voice brings me back. When I raise my head, Saber's expression is serious.
It is not as if I suffered no defeat. I am your servant now because I did not fully win. I am used to taking wounds, so it is not something you should mourn over.
Used to. Even wounds close to fatal?
Yes, to wield a sword means to take injury as well. That should be the same for you too. There is no reason for just me to avoid harm.
It's true, but are you saying that you don't mind getting hurt?
If it does not result in death, if I die, I will not be able to protect my master.
What is that? So you're saying you don't mind getting hurt to protect your master?
That is the role of the servant. Rian's words are certainly correct. There is no need to treat servants as humans. We are a tool to protect our master. You must understand that.
Saying so, Saber walks to the sliding screen. Beyond it is the side room. This room was enough for me, so I never used it.
I will be getting some sleep. I will wake up at dinner time, so please let me know if you're going outside.
She quietly opens and closes the sliding door.
We are a tool to protect our master. You must understand that.
What is that? That pisses me off. But I can't call out to her, so I just consider her words in my mind. I sit on the porch and look up at the blue sky absent-mindedly. I'm not like Saber, who went to bed already during the day, but I need rest too. Even though my nausea has gone away, I feel terrible. And on top of that, my shoulders are heavy from all the unexpected developments. Phew. I take a deep breath and look over the yard. I've heard what I needed to hear, but the fact that I still don't know anything doesn't change. My senpai is a magus, and I'm an official master. Tosaka is.
Hey, do you have an extra cushion and a beaker and a protractor?
Is intently searching my house for things. You can take the cushion in the next room, but a normal household doesn't have beakers nor protractors.
Huh? I can't believe it. A magus should always keep experimental tools around.
Leaving that complaint, she goes back to the outbuilding busily.
I can understand not having a beaker, but as a student, you need a protractor.
Yeah. I guess she's serious. I take another deep breath. I guess it has already been decided that Tosaka is going to stay in my place. When I went over there earlier, there was a sign that said, "Remodeling in progress, do not enter," on the door of the best room in there. Yeah, the outbuilding's pretty far away, so there's no problem. Just having Saber around causes some tension, so if Tosaka was near me too, I wouldn't get any peace. Anyways, there's some distance between us. Even if we are connected by a hallway, it's just like a house next door, so nothing should happen unless I go there myself. Oh, but we'll see each other at meals. We'll only have one bath, so we'll have to decide how to use it. No, thinking about that, Saber is a girl too, so... Idiot, what am I thinking? Shaking my head, I lie down in the corridor. Phew. I sigh once again and stare up at the sky. Maybe I'm tired, but doing all this makes me sleepy. Man, just... do what you like. Becoming desperate, I close my eyes. Maybe that comment helped. I fall asleep the moment I close my eyes. Later, Saber, Tosaka, and I are in the living room. I just woke up. Saber was in the living room, and Tosaka just finished her remodeling. By the way, this was the guest room a few hours ago. And now...
Jiro, how do you use the air conditioner?
The scene I saw when I was called was... this. Man, how can I put this? I think I may have allied with a terrible person. I can't calm down. These two are complete outsiders. I rarely have guests at this house, so I must make the situation even stranger. No, first of all, the appearances of these two don't really fit this Japanese-style house. It was 7 o'clock now. Even though we're all in the living room, all of us staying quiet like this is not good for my mental well-being. If you two don't mind, I'd like to talk about what to do from now on.
Hold on, I want to decide on something before that, alright?
Sure, what is it?
About dinner, Shiro, you live alone, right?
Well, yeah.
Then, you have cooked for yourself, right?
Of course, I'll get hungry if I don't eat.
I see. Then I have a proposal. How about we take turns preparing dinner? We'll be living together for a while, so that should be helpful, right?
You're right. I was thinking of continuing as usual, but if you're going to be living here, we're just like family. It's normal for you to cook, and it'll be easier for me, too.
Then it's decided, so let's say it's Shiro's turn today. It's late already, so let's have our meeting after dinner.
Huh? Well, I don't mind taking turns for dinner, but what are we going to do about breakfast? Will we be taking turns too?
Oh, breakfast fine. I don't eat breakfast.
What's that? Don't be ridiculous. You won't grow if you don't eat breakfast.
Mind your own business. Don't cut into my lifestyle. Anyways, you'll be preparing dinner. I won't talk unless you cook something good, okay?
Tosaka glares at me irritatedly. Alright, I'll make something. Saber, you're eating too, right?
Certainly. If you will prepare some for me, food is an important source of energy.
Alright, then be good, you two.
Oh man, they're hangry.
I grab the apron and go to the kitchen. Fortunately, there's about 3 people's worth of ingredients in the refrigerator. I started cooking rice when I woke up, so it should be done in about half an hour. I glanced at Tosaka and Saber from the kitchen. It looked like they prefer Western meals over Japanese food. It's unlikely that Saber, let alone Tosaka, will understand the taste of tofu and natto. More importantly, Saber might not be able to use chopsticks. Ponder this for a second, but I can't help it. There's only a limited range of dishes I can make with what's in the fridge. Anyways, there's some tofu. After thinking for a bit, I decide to make some deep-fried tofu. For soup, I'll make miso soup with seaweed and tofu. I have some chicken, so I'll make teriyaki out of it and make that the main dish. I drain the water off the tofu, season the chicken, and cut the Japanese white radish while I'm at it to make salad. I grate the white radish, cook some green peppers.
Are your plans from now on determined, Rin? Who knows? I can't say much since I don't have any information. But I think it's most important to find out about the other masters. There are 4 more masters. I want to search for them without them realizing I'm a master. But it probably won't go perfectly.
I told them to be good, so what's with the dangerous conversation? Can't they see I'm busy making dinner for 3 of us? No, they aren't even looking. Tosaka, not 4, 5. The only masters we know are you and me. I yell, holding a big pot of deep-fried tofu.
What are you talking about? You, me, and Iliasville makes 3. Did you already forget about Berserker?
Oh yeah, that girl is a master too. Berserker was so strong that I forgot, but still, I can't believe a girl that small is a master who mercilessly tried to kill us.
I understand. You're you, so I bet you didn't see her as an enemy. It's fine. So concentrate on the cooking. It'll be a problem if I can't judge how good you are.
Uh, I don't know how my cooking skill affected her, but what she said is correct. Preparation will be done soon, so I should concentrate on finishing dinner now.
Iliasville. You must mean Berserker's master.
Oh, wait, what?
Bean? Or is it still part of it?
I guess so.
Rin, you seem to know her. Yeah, I know her name. Ironsburn is a Magus family lineage that has almost made it to the Holy Grail a few times. So, they are well accustomed to the Holy Grail War? I would think so. I don't know about the others yet, but I can't be wrong in saying that Iliasville is our biggest obstacle. Usually, Berserker is a class chosen to strengthen a weak hero. It takes sanity away as compensation for strengthening the hero. But to control such an insane servant requires enormous amounts of magical energy. For example, if you became Berserker, I would not be able to talk like I'm doing now. Removing all roles as a collaborator and specializing in battle is how Berserker is. But that is like subduing a wounded lion. A normal Magus will not be able to control it. I'll bet a normal Magus cannot control Berserker even when some minor hero becomes it. But Iliasville summoned a top-grade hero, made him Berserker, and controlled him completely. It's irritating, but her ability as a master is on a completely different level. I feel the same way. Our current problem is that this exact master is after us. Yeah, my archer hasn't healed enough to return to battle. How about you, Saber? Is your injury okay now? It will not be a problem if I am to fight normally, but I am not healed enough to fight Berserker. The injury from the battle against Berserker is healed, but it seems it will take longer to heal the wound I received from Lancer. I see. Then I guess all we can do is wait and see for now. I have a suggestion about that. I hear Archer has sharp eyes. Would it be wise to have him keep watch around the house? That's what I've been planning to do. I'll have him keep watch on the roof. So we should know right away if anyone strange is approaching this place. This house has a boundary fill that warns of intruders, so our defenses are perfect. That reminds me, Emiya has to tell them that, Sensei visits a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty much every day.
Yep.
And that Sakura comes in the morning to wake him up every so often. Though, if Berserker comes and attacks us, all we can do is run.
The two are continuing on without me. I'm a bit annoyed. I'm making dinner, so why are they talking without me? First of all, Tosaka's too friendly with Saber. Well, it's true that Tosaka isn't that friendly with me, so it helps that Saber talks to her, but... The face reflected in the glass of the kitchen cabinet looks disappointed. That's weird. Why am I angry? Alright. I prepare the dish for the three of us and put the prepared dinner on the tray. I move to the living room. Please, don't talk about dangerous stuff during dinner time. I put the tray in front of Tosaka.
Huh? What are you angry about, Shiro? Oh? Should I have at least helped carrying it out?
I'm not angry, but weren't you not going to be friendly? I glare at her. Tosaka goes, huh? After that?
Huh?
Makes a threatening smile.
We were just deciding on the structure for cooperation. Don't worry, I won't steal your saber.
I can tell my face is blushing. I can tell what I'm angry about after Tosaka tells me.
Oh, was I mistaken? Then I'm sorry, Emiya-kun.
Oh, just keep talking. I retreat to the kitchen to get the rest of the food. She really got me. Tosaka is still smiling and Saber is expressionless as always. Man, I'm really worried about whether we can continue with this member. And that way, dinner starts. I'm silent. With what happened earlier, it annoys me to talk to Tosaka, and I'm too embarrassed to even look at Saber. Saber eats dinner silently. Her gestures are elegant, and I can't possibly imagine she was swinging around a sword. And, well, how should I put this? Oh, wait. She nods every time she eats something she hasn't eaten before. Her gestures are strange. It must be her way of expressing that it's good. By the way, she's able to use the chopsticks. On the other hand, Tosaka is...
Alright, I'll win.
She clenches her fist after taking a bite.
Wait until tomorrow, Emiyashiro.
She shakes her clenched fist. God, have I done something bad? About what you guys were talking about. The two both raise their heads. Hold on. Or even one of them is enough to tense me up, so they shouldn't both react.
What are you referring to?
About what to do from now on. You guys were talking about it while I was cooking.
About searching for other masters for now?
Yeah, that. I was wondering what exactly you were going to do.
Well, we can only look for them slowly. Oh yeah, can you at least sense other Magi's presence? It'll be easy if that's the case.
No, I went to the same school as you for 2 years, and I didn't realize you were still I still didn't realize you were a Magus, Tosaka.
Just as I thought. Well, that's fine. The others would be hiding their presence, so it should be impossible to find them from their traces anyways. How about you, Saber? I hear servants can detect other servants. I can somewhat, but only when they are using their abilities nearby. In my case, I can only detect them within about a 200-meter radius. I see. Then we'll have to wait for their actions or find some place where it seems strange. If a master acts, their traces should remain. So that means we are going to try find those.
So you're saying we should... Oh. Wait, are you saying we should search throughout the town?
No, you shouldn't do that. They'll be searching too, so that'll tell them right away that you're a master. For now, we shouldn't take the initiative until we are prepared. Go through life as you were and don't let them know that you're a master. Hide the command spell so no one will see it. Try not to go to desolate places. Come home before dark. And what else? Please try to take your servant with you when you go outside. Can Archer guard you, Rin? I guess he can do that much. I'll have him ready in spirit form, so that should be okay. The problem is... my master. Right, are you listening, Shiro? Take Saber with you when you go anywhere. It's a rule to stay out of people's sight. Some idiot might attack us in the middle of the day. Have Saber with you in case of things like that.
Alright, I'll try. I respond without interest. I understand that what she's saying, but I'm resistant to being with Saber all the time. I feel nervous talking to Tosaka, but Saber makes me even more nervous. No, it's wrong to say I'm nervous. I'm just bad at talking with Saber. What is it? Oh, wait, what? Oh. Nothing. I'll give you more, so give me your bowl.
No, I am fine. It was very good, Shiro.
Look away before I realize. I can't even look at her normally, so how can I stay with her all the time?
Oh, it's no good, though. Saber can't become a spirit, so she won't be able to follow you to school. School? Are you a student, Shiro?
That's right. Oh, Saber isn't a student, so she can't enter the school. She'll just have to stay here while I go to school.
Can't you not go to school, Shiro?
I can't. If you want me to live normally, I have to go to school. And there's no danger at school. There aren't many places with that many people.
But it's alright, Saber. I'll be at school too, so I'll back him up in case of emergencies.
I'm saying there won't be any emergencies. So I declare.
I don't believe that. He almost died at the school. I understand. If Master says so, I will obey.
Well, to be fair, that was at night, so...
But still at school.
Saber nods, though she looks discontent. The night wears on. It seems Tosaka is prepared and taken her bath while I was cleaning up after dinner. Geez, it seems she's really selfish from her first day here. I should seize the initiative from now on. I know that, but seizing the initiative from her seems really difficult. Man, on the subject of difficulties, there's one more thing that's giving me trouble. No, rather, the main problem. Tosaka will understand if I talk to her, but this person doesn't seem to understand doesn't seem to understand however much I talk to her. Saber, huh? I know she's not a bad person, but Saber is back in her room. Tosaka should be resting in her room in the outbuilding. I'm the only one in the living room. There's still some time until bedtime, so I should talk to Saber. Honestly, I have to get over my inability to talk to her, or I'm worried about our future. First of all, ignoring her being a servant and all, she is a girl from a younger age. There are a lot of things I'll find out from talking to her, and most of all, I have to get used to her, or Tosaka will constantly make fun of me. Yeah, that's troubling. It's troubling, so I shouldn't be able to talk to her more... I should be able to talk to her more lightheartedly. I return to my room. Next door, past one small sheet, is Saber's room. Saber, are you awake?
I am awake. Is something wrong, Master?
Opening the sliding screen silently, Saber enters. I hold on to my heart, pounding from having her actually in front of me. Calm down, I'm just talking to her as a master.
Shiro, you do not look so well. Have your wounds opened up?
No, that's not it. I'm fine already. Are you fine?
Yes, there is no problem. With my current condition, it should take some time to fully heal, but I am still above my average. I should be able to match anyone other than Berserker.
Saber declares so. It's not confidence or boasting. She's probably just telling the truth. I have no response. Saber's statement should be encouraging to a master, but I don't want such a slender girl to fight. I'll ask you something. Don't you have any other objectives other than fighting? You're in this time, so don't you have anything else you want to do?
Other objectives? I do not have any such things. Servants are only summoned to fight. Any other objectives are useless. Your statements are misdirected.
I thought so. I'm pretty much asking what the one who is summoned to fight, not to fight. It's not that I want to tell her that. Well, how should I put this? Saber is lacking in humanity. It would be fine if she was only going to fight, but she's in front of me as an actual person. So I can't allow her to just fight. Saber is actually here. I have to have her do something she enjoys. Hey, Saber, servants are the heroes from the past, right? So I stopped myself before I asked her what she was like before.
I cannot tell you my real name.
Saber said that before as a secret between us. So even if I asked her about her past, she wouldn't answer.
Shiro, it is not good to stop what you have begun to say. I shall answer if it is necessary.
No, forget about it. I was just about to say something stupid. I say that, averting my gaze. I realized it was something stupid. I shouldn't have been interested in Saber's true identity. She refused because she couldn't tell me. If I bring it up again, it will only prove that I'm a no-good master, repeating a useless question. But what else is there to talk about besides that? If I can't ask about Saber, the only thing that remains is about me. That would be even more meaningless, though. Now, I'm just gonna do what I want. If I can't ask her about her true identity, I'll get ready to have her look at me strangely. I'll ask about things such as what she likes and what she wants for breakfast and...
Shiro, if you do not have any questions, may I ask you?
Huh? You can, but what?
About yesterday. You were cut by Berserker while trying to save me. You remember that. Is that correct?
I remember. What? You want to continue this morning's conversation? I know it was a thoughtless action, so don't remind me about it. It makes me feel sick.
I feel the same way, but I feel that I must ask you to understand. Why did you stand up to Berserker?
Did you not... Oh, no.
Did you not understand what might happen to you if you approached us?
That's... I knew that. I understood I'd be killed if I approached, but I didn't try to save Saber out of optimism that I'd be safe while doing so. Back then, all I thought about was about saving Saber. I didn't care what would happen afterwards. At that time, the most important thing was for me was saving Saber. Probably it was just my fear of not being able to save Saber was greater than my fear of getting killed. Sorry, I've forgotten. It happened in an instant, so I don't know what I was thinking. I was probably confused. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do something so suicidal. Perhaps because Saber's eyes were so serious. I didn't tell her the truth. I just say something to get out of the situation.
So in other words, you automatically tried to save me?
It wasn't automatic. I told you I was confused. If I say something like that, if something like that happens again, I'll probably be trembling.
I see. That is normal for a human. No human would try to save another while ignoring their own life. Even heroes should be no exception to that. So, if someone like that exists, they would be lacking something. If he continued with that missing thing, only tragedy would await.
Her deep green eyes are trying to tell me something. I take that and... You're persistent, Saber. I told you I was just confused. I'm scared to death, too. I can't be a saint. If something like that happens again, I'll save myself before you. I deflect it with heartless words.
That is good. It should be no problem if it was just a misinterpretation on my part. Yes, you certainly are a coward. If you do not make any mistakes, you will become a proper magus.
Hey, what's with that? Do I look like a coward?
Yes, very much so. Mostly the part where you try your best to accept the situation you are in. Such wisdom is sometimes called as cowardice. It is the same as saying that a man without fear cannot be wise.
She must be relieved. Saber says this, smiling a bit. That gesture is so lovely and elegant. Because of it, I cannot think of anything else to say, and we end up staying in the room together for a while. And night falls. It's not like I need to talk to Saber or Tosaka, so bedtime comes as usual. It's 11 o'clock. The lights in the house are turned off, and the people in it sleep to prepare for tomorrow. I can't sleep. I open my eyes, still on my side. It's a room I've grown accustomed to sleeping in, but it's different today. Jeez, why can I... It's so quiet, so why can I hear Saber's breathing in the next room? No, I know. If it's so quiet, it's only natural for me to be able to hear what's going on in the next room. And being able to hear her sleeping makes me imagine her sleeping. Oh, damn it. I can't sleep like this. I'm tired of this hell. I climb out of the futon, trying not to wake Saber, and I retreat to my usual place. Thank God. I thought Saber would notice, but she must be pretty dull. Or maybe she just sleeps deeply. I wonder for a moment whether she could really protect her master like that, but there's no danger now. If servants are connected to their masters, she should wake up when her master is in danger. Tosaka seems to be asleep. The lights there are off. She must be defiant or just adaptable. Tosaka must have gotten used to this place in just a day. Well, it really does help having her around it all. Yeah, it helps, even if it's troubling sometimes. For example, the bandage wrapped around my hand. Had the command spell, huh? I didn't realize until she told me. Command spell a master bears appears somewhere on their arm. In my case, it's on the back of my left hand. I can't hide it with my clothes, so I'm hiding it with my bandage, even though it looks unnatural. But it's winter, so I'll wear something long over it. Tosaka has hers around the middle of her right hand, or somewhere like that. They say the command spell is different for each master, but I don't think I'll ever see Tosaka's command spell. Shed is silent. This is the place where Lancer quartered me yesterday, and where Saber appeared. The door is still open, and the inside is dark as if denying anyone entry. But the darkness is familiar to me. The old building that I used to play in. The place where you could call my real room, stand silently in the cold winter night. I enter. I close the door and shut out the outside air and turn on the old stove. Yeah, I considered skipping it just for today, but I shouldn't. Father would get mad at me if I skipped it 2 days in a row. I sit in the middle of the shed and take a deep breath. Training should be continued without rest. Magic is mental training for me, so I shouldn't neglect it for minor reasons. Phew. Huh? I adjust my breathing and begin my training. Inside my head is the usual image. The image of the sword that appears in my empty head. I ignore it and clear my mind. Once I let magical energy flow through me, it's usual practice of strengthening. The strengthening magic, which I succeeded at for the first time in a few years after being attacked by Lancer. I have to repeat it before I forget it and make sure I master it, or it'll be a waste. Trace on. I half close my eyes and release the contents of my lungs. Right now, this is all. Everything goes away once I concentrate on this. The Holy Grail War, Saber to Osaka. If I empty my mind to forget all doubts I have, I should be able to sleep tonight. Alright, I think that's a good spot to end for today. Put a save down here.
A new life. That's going to be a nice thing to start.
Alright, so thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back on tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yep, that's pretty much it. So, looks like everything went well this time. No audio hiccups or sudden drops in the frame rate, the bit rate, or anything. Or yeah,
Yay.
so we'll see y'all tomorrow.